Morning, I've been tasked with a humbling responsibility to start the conference with a word of prayer. And I'll begin by looking at a reflection from the Bible, from the book of Proverbs, chapter 18, verse 15. The Bible tells us, the heart of the listening acquires knowledge, for the ears of the wise seek it out. We are gathered here for the second day of this conference because our hearts desire to acquire knowledge, because we want and we have purposed to learn and unlearn. Let us believe and pray. Let's be standing. Almighty and everlasting Father, we thank you for the far that, Lord, you brought us. Lord, we started this journey with plans. And yesterday, Almighty Father, we began the conference. Lord, you journeyed with us. And this morning, my Father, we give you glory for that. Lord Almighty, today is the second day of the conference. Once again, we come before you. Lord God, we pray that you may be with us. And Lord, we pray for forgiveness for the sins of omission and commission that we may have committed in whatever it is that we have done and that we have failed to do. Heavenly Father, this morning we pray that you may grant us your grace. We pray for the keynote speaker. We pray for the presenters. We pray for the audience. We pray for the staff. We pray for those joining us online from different locations. Father, in the course of the day, we shall have a cup of tea to take, a plate of food to eat. We pray that you may bless it, that Heavenly Father, it may help us to serve you better. We pray for the equipment. We pray for the environment. We pray for University of Eldoret. We pray for the management. And we pray, Heavenly Father, that you shall grant us the grace to be attentive and receptive to learning and open to new information. We pray in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. And now I'm going to invite the Director of Research and Innovation, Professor Lizzie, so that she may welcome to this second day of the conference. Prof.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Bornes Korir, School of Education. That is where I'm the chair of research committee.
Good morning once again. I'm Dr. Grace Moredi. I'm the SREC Chair, School of Arts and Social Sciences.
Good morning. My name is Samuel Karaoke from the Department of Biological Sciences. I represent School of Science.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ria. I'm Chair SREC School of Business.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Amy Chepkoech from School of Agriculture, member School Research Committee. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Peter Uma. I have been a member of the organizing committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So those are some of the chairs of the committees that made this conference what it is today. We also have other members, and they happen to be here. So I want to welcome you today to this conference. And our speaker today is going to be introduced by one of the School Research and Extension Committee. Dr. Ria, please come and introduce the keynote speaker for today. And you welcome her in the process.
To our keynote speaker this morning, deans and directors present this morning, professors present, students, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to introduce for you this morning our keynote speaker number 2, who is Opio Equiri, Program Manager Africa at Obrel. Ms. Apio will be talking to us this morning about positioning the African Credit Transfer System Act, its effects on skills transferability and intra-African mobility. Apio is the Program Manager Africa at Obrel and working on the EU-funded harmonization quality and accreditation products initiative. Possibly this is where we met. She is also an independent researcher and strategy consultant with 15 years experience as a lead consultant on entrepreneurship, digitalization, and regional integration. She has worked at Urban Tent Alliance, research and education networks in Eastern and Southern Africa, Association of African Universities, the African Union, the European Universities Association of African Universities, and also other several collaborative projects in higher education. She's instrumental in the interregional policy dialogue between Africa, Latin America, and Europe, and the creation of African Network on Regional Integration. She's researching on sustainable digital frameworks for higher education policy making in Africa. And also, Ms. Apio holds a master's in economics from University of Trento in Italy, Convenience University in Hungary, University of Ljubljana in Slovenia. I think I have correctly pronounced that. And also Rosenberg University in Germany. A lot of universities there. She is a former president of Erasmus Mundus Association Global, an institutional evaluation expert and turning expert under Turning Africa 1. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is therefore my pleasure to welcome Okwiri Apio to speak to us this morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Eldoret. Good morning. Let me give you a short story. I came in as we were driving in, and I'm like, I wish I could be working here or living here. So, but I'm not seeing that on your faces. How are you? How are you? Okay, I think I should ask Professor Lizzie and Ria and Maurice why people are not excited, and as we're coming in, we're excited. You have a lovely campus, and I really appreciate that. I want to appreciate this moment because higher education is a pinnacle of our society, because that is where we do most research, and that is where we change society for the betterment. And it is my deep appreciation to the organizing committee to having considered me and my organization to be here with you. And I also want to appreciate you giving your time to listen to someone you don't know, okay? So in short, my name is Apio Query. I'm a project manager with Obriel Global. Obriel Global is an association of universities in Africa, Latin America, Europe, and Asia. So in short, we work with higher education institutions. And so being at the University of Eldoret, I feel at home because that is our membership base. The higher education institutions are our membership base. Now, what Dr. Ria mentioned, I have studied in a program that, as he was commenting, too many universities. And too many universities, what does that mean? It means that these universities I studied at understand what I was studying at one of them. So I studied I did my master's at the University of Trento, Corvinus in Hungary. So University of Trento understands what I'm studying in Corvinus. University of Corvinus understand what I studied in Trento. And in short, that's what it means. The topic of discussion today is getting our institutions, getting our continent to understand what the student is studying, so that when it comes to a point of applying what the student has studied or using the skills the student has studied, nobody questions what exactly did you study at University of Eldoret, okay? What is this course? What is it? What is your competence? And in the country, I'm happy to be from Kenya because currently we are already talking about competence-based education. So beyond looking at just I did my master's in economics or bachelor's in economics, we are now looking at what are the competences that the student has gained, so that when it comes to applying those skills, then we understand. You understand what is the basis of all this. And so that is the background of what I want to mention here. But I want to also just give you the fact is that I'm mentioning it based on a project that we are doing within the continent under what we call the harmonization, quality assurance, and accreditation in Africa. Because to understand the competence of somebody is to trust their quality. Is that true? To trust that you actually have the quality that is needed. And so it is framed under this major project because that is how we started. The harmonization of African quality assurance and accreditation in Africa began in 2008, and it started with looking at quality assurance systems within our higher education and our quality assurance agencies. But then as we started going ahead, we realized that you can't just talk of quality in isolation. Quality is contributing to something within the institution. And so you also have to look at what is it? If I'm only dealing with the quality department, is it transforming and getting someone to understand what is happening at University of Eldoret? Then we have to also look at what is it that encompasses being part of quality and people having to understand the competences of our students and our graduates. So next slide. Now, based on that, I want to give you a background of what my institution is. So I will go through what is Braille, which is my institution where I work at. What is this Hacker initiative? Because I will base it on more. And my intention is so that we understand what we are doing and then we can work together so that also the University of Eldoret can also be able to benefit from what we are doing at this particular initiative. Next slide. So Obriel Global, as I've mentioned, is an association of universities. So for instance, we have CAPES in Latin America. We have the European Universities Association in Europe. We have the African University Association of African University in Africa. And then we also have Association of Universities in India, in China, in Southeast Asia. So, sorry, the text is too slow, it's too small. But it's the intention of our association is to provide a platform of these different regions understanding what each region is doing on higher education. And in essence, the reason for doing that is so that we have an opening to be able to collaborate, to be able to understand, and to be able to have our graduates being acceptable in all our regions. So to do that, we first have to understand what is happening at the University of Eldoret. What is University of Eldoret doing? What courses are they doing? What competences are they trying to instill on the students? And therefore, being able to understand that if I need to work with a staff at University of Eldoret, or I need to get a student from University of Eldoret, then this is what it is. Therefore, I don't need to ask more questions because now I understand. So it shortens the time and the processes of being in a collaborative environment. Next slide. Now, our mission is majorly to, is majorly to promote this deep understanding of what we are doing in higher education in all spheres, looking at quality, looking at credits that are being offered, understanding. And I want to throw this question to the audience. What is one of the good, the major courses, let me not say good because all courses at universities are good. What is one of the major programs that you have here? Somebody in the audience tell me. And I will prefer it to be a student. What is one of the major? Yes, please. The lady, please. I'm a lady. Education. Okay. So you have, somebody is doing a Bachelor of Education at the University of Eldoret. Which other university in Kenya offers education? One of them is Kenyatta University. So if you did education at Kenyatta University and somebody did education at University of Eldoret, are they getting the same competence? Do we assume they've gotten the same competences? Yes. Why? Why? Tell somebody why. Why do you assume that we've gotten the same competence? It's not. Okay. Okay. Yes.
To me, I think it is because we have the Commission for University of Education, which approves the programs and the contents. Yes.
You see? Okay. So, yes, I understand where you're coming from because you may not know the intricacies that made University of Eldoret offer that course. But I agree with you because we have Commission for University Education that therefore accredits bachelors of education at University of Eldoret, and it has set standards and guidelines of being able to recognize that this should be a program for education. And because it's Commission for University of Education, it applies to Kenyatta University. Okay? So there we've sorted it out. Now, another question is, if somebody did a Bachelor of Education at Makerere University, do they have the same competence as somebody who did in Kenya? Yes? Yes. So you see, I like the terminology you use, they should. Okay? They should. It's different from what she said. Yes, they have. Because we have Uganda, we have Kenya. We know more about Kenya, we don't know more about Uganda. But because we are neighbors and we are almost coming from some kind of same system, we have that feeling that it is the same. Now the same question, if somebody did Bachelor of Education in Cameroon, is it the same as in Kenya? Okay, do we know where Cameroon is? Yes, okay. So then we can answer. Is it the same as in Kenya? I used to be a teacher, so don't worry. I'll keep on pointing. Is it the same? He thinks so. He's no longer should. He only thinks, okay. Because it's a different region is a different system that you don't know, that you don't understand. Now, the essence of talking about credit system is so that as an African continent, we should be able to understand, have some basic guidelines that make us know that doing a Bachelor of Education in Kenya applies similar or common standards to doing a Bachelor of Education in Cameroon and other countries. So it is all about understanding. And this comes down to, why do we need to understand? Why do you think I need to understand that somebody who did the Bachelor of Education in Cameroon, why do I need to understand that? Or why do you need to understand, not only me? Why do you need to understand somebody and really be able to know that that same bachelor's is equivalent to what you've done in Kenya? Perfect. So we are no longer in isolation, okay? As a continent, for quite so long, we were so isolated, thinking, working on our system, building our system, and so isolated. But we've reached a point, we've now built our system, and we are realizing that we can't be in isolation anymore, because the person who studied in Cameroon, you want them to be able to have the same competence as us, so that if by any chance you are interacting with them, you're talking the same language. Or if by any chance they land up here, they're doing what was required. Or you land up in Cameroon, you're doing what is required. So my organization is majorly to promote dialogue between the different regions, between the different countries, to understand each other. And dialogue means when I start talking to you, I get to know you. So rather than talking to Professor Morris here, who I've known for some years, the first time I met him, without the conversation, I wasn't able to know who he was. But because of talking, now I'm able to understand. And therefore, even if I'm talking to him, I call him on the phone, I approach him, I know where to start. I don't start from a law of. So the essence is to have all this, build this together, so that we reach a point as a continent to know that we are working towards the same goal, instilling competence, having skills that then can drive us together as a country, as a region, but also as a continent, not in isolation anymore. And this goes back to, I know Moi University and other universities have been talking about decolonializing our minds. No longer thinking that, we were a British colony, so we are different from the Francophones, and we are the same. And if we start thinking as a common people, then we are able to drive the agenda as a common person, and therefore try to close the loopholes that people are taking advantage of. So next. So my organization, we are looking at values. Multilingualism is very important. And to be able to interact with each other. As Kenya, when I travel around different countries, you realize the value we have in Kenya, whereby we ended up having Swahili somehow. Because the fact that you're able to speak in Swahili, I can interact with any person in Kenya, okay? And therefore that opens an opportunity for me to be able to know that person, they to be able to know me, and therefore we can be able to talk about something that we can do together. Now, we value multilingualism in our organization because we are working in Africa, we are working in Asia, we are working in Europe, we are working in Latin America, and the different languages. So, if somebody insisted that I can only explain something in maybe French, then sometimes it's lost in translation. So, if somebody gives me an opportunity, our education system immediately banked on English. If somebody gave me an opportunity to just explain what I want to talk about in English, I will explain it to the best of my knowledge. And they can also be able to explain theirs to the best of their knowledge. And therefore ensuring in my organization that we allow people to speak in the language that they understand, and then be able to know exactly what they mean. So we offer interpretation in most of our events. Now, just press it on so that I don't take too long. So now, that is my organization, Braille Global. Now, we are running a major continental project that is called Harmonization, which I mentioned before. And here, it has different work areas. And you're able to see how it then interacts with the sphere of higher education management. All inclusive, encompassing the academics, the staff, the students, and the institutions in terms of administrative. Just press, continue. Just go on to the next slide. So we work, just press it on so that I can try and move faster. So we work in different spheres, looking at data policy. Professor Alice was mentioning to me about ICT, and I was smiling inside because data is very critical to make a difference, to make a policy. We need to know how many students are studying X course to be able to say, how do we then improve that course or not? We need to know how many academic staff are able to teach X course so that we can be able to improve or make it better. Then we also work on capacity building, trying to build the capacities of our individual people who already maintain competence, but now when you're working, you need to constantly build your capacity so that you can meet the new challenges. Currently, we are talking about AI, okay? So if I studied a long time ago. So if I studied that long time ago and I'm not able to build my competence to understand what artificial intelligence is, then I am lost because I'm not able to perform my duties as per the current situation without knowing more. So we also value capacity building and also interregional policy dialogue, we are talking to southern countries. I don't like calling it that, but okay, the world calls it that. But we are talking to countries that are almost at similar development stages because we experience mostly similar problems, okay? Or we've gotten a solution somewhere. One region has gotten a solution. Another region is just going through the problem and thinks they have to reinvent the wheel. No, if we talk to each other, you will realize in some occasions you don't need to reinvent the wheel. Then we also have priority areas, looking at innovation, looking at the youth, looking at what to be able to do in the different aspects and spheres in higher education. How do we make it better? Now, I'll move on to the next slide. So we're looking at sustainability. Everybody talks about sustainability. We don't have resources. We have resources, but we don't have enough. So how do you make it sustainable to push University of Eldoret beyond where we are? Next slide. So the Hacker Initiative is funded through the Africa-European Union joint partnership. The European Union has worked together in a bilateral agreement with the African Union to provide some funding to be able to harmonize. Harmonize does not make it the same. It's just being able to understand, harmonize, get to understand what this is doing, and how do we make it not too much different, okay? How do we make that one region that is doing this particular capacity building or training, it's not too different from the other side? And how do we make countries that have not gone ahead? East Africa is very much far in terms of higher education development. But then how do we move together is to be able to also ensure that the other regions are also benefiting from what we know best, but we also be able to benefit from that. So it's looking at higher education quality, digitalization, internationalization, post-pandemic recovery. Internationalization, why? Because we need students coming in, we need students going out. That is how we can be able, in one way, to also improve the institutions where we are. Press next. So it has gone through different phases. I'll try to move fast from 2008, and then we went to 2015. Then 2015, we got to 2022. Then now we have 2023, we are going to 2027. So now this is a 5-year project. Now, in this 5-year project, we've now moved, as I mentioned before, we've now moved beyond quality assurance, but now looking at what encompasses harmonizing and being able to move our students, being able to understand the workforce that we have in the continent so that we can be able to enable each region, each country to be able to develop. So being able to drive development within our continent. Press. So just press so that I move on. So we are working together with the different, you know, in higher education sphere, the different organizations, UNESCO, DAD, World Bank, our local institutions that are working on higher education, the ministries, the African Union through the ministerial conference, but then trying to understand and coming together with common understanding on what we are doing in higher education. Move on. So it is under, the European Commission has given some funding to the continent framed under the youth, the Global Gateway Investment Package, and here we have the youth mobility. Youth mobility is when you're training, when you're improving our university system, is to ensure that our students, our youth, are able to be mobile, either as students or with their competences. Then it makes it easier. If, for instance, in Kenya, we have high unemployment rate, and it's not only unique to Kenya, other countries have. But maybe in Kenya we have high unemployment rate, but we have competences in a certain area that another country doesn't have. What stops us from being able to work together as different countries so that we can encompass and immerse the graduates in this? So move on. So as I mentioned, youth mobility is under the Global Gateway Package. This is a whole package. If you Google it, you'll be able to get it. It just contains the funding mechanisms that are funding the different aspects in higher education to ensure that we have mobility in our region. Next slide. This person. So basically, it's just looking at, we are doing this as a continent, we are doing this as Africans, and so we have to ensure that we respect our diversity, okay? Being able to understand the limitations that we have, the power that we have in the different spheres, and being able to build an African university, an African institution that is able to lead. I was talking to Lizzie earlier. It's with time, a long time ago, only external institutions were able to lead things. But now we are trying to change that tide so that we can be able to lead and therefore be able to use our competences that we have and also show that we have those competences. So empowering and ensuring that we have an African as a global, in a global context. Next slide. So long story short, we are working with different organizations in this initiative. So I'll move on so that we get into the main topic. Next slide. So we have, as I mentioned, in the HACA initiative, we have different areas. That is quality assurance. Next, we're working on Pan-African Quality Assurance Agency, whereby we have, so we have Pan-African Quality Assurance. You're talking about quality assurance, building capacity of quality assurance. Of course, you also have to look at how do we maintain that quality. So we have the Pan-African Quality Assurance, the African Union is trying to build a Pan-African Quality Assurance that therefore can ensure that we safeguard on the different qualification frameworks that we have in the continent. Then we also have, as I mentioned, data is critical. I was talking to a colleague from UNESCO and they're saying, oh, we are not getting data in Africa. Oh, when we ask for this, we are not getting that. But the universities are collecting data every day, okay? So we have the data. So the only thing is to shift our mindset that data we have, how can we use it to inform policy at University of Eldoret to improve on the services that the university is offering, to improve on the services that our continent, our region is offering. Then we have also looking at the transversal area beyond just quality assurance, beyond just data, Pan-African agency reviews. What else? How do we ensure that we have regional integration on that? And last but not least, the main focus of this particular talk is on working at the African credit transfer system. As I mentioned before, we need to move, we need to understand, we need to know. So if you need to know all these things, then we have to find a way to talk about it, create something that then makes it seamless to be able to know, to be able to understand, and to be able to move along. So the African credit transfer system basically is in a formation stage. It has gone through different aspects, discussions within the region, discussions within the continent, with the different regions. We've had discussions with the Inter-University Council of East Africa, CAMES, etc. But then we need to get to a point whereby now we can have an African credit transfer system that then enable us to understand what is going on. So the project, as I mentioned, we started in 2023. We have a plan, but that plan involves getting to know what the African credit system is and trying to move together so that we can come up with a common system to enable us to be able to have a credit system that is functional, not just in the name only. So we have a plan of doing pilot, working together with the universities to do a pilot study on understanding credit transfer system, and then also come up with training programs that then ensures that we move together, we understand, we are trained to be able to know how to apply and how to use a credit system to be able to work around. And therefore, at the end of it, being able to understand how we can make our students be mobile, okay? And I was happy that University of Eldoret is participating in the Inter-Africa mobility, because that is one of the aspects we are looking at. Why can't we have our students, okay, going to Europe or going to the US is quite expensive, and they're actually tightening our visa regimes, but we have the capacity within the continent to be able to move and understand what is happening and to be able to apply that because it's more local. Next slide. So I just move on that. Next slide. So the intention is to have inter-Africa mobility for the African credit system and to be able to have those competences that are then portable, competences, skills that we can then say, I understand, I don't need to ask you further question, I understand what your skill set is, so then how can we apply it? So we are working at developing this African credit transfer system so that we can enable higher educations to be more readable, supplementing efforts for quality assurance standards, and also developing the African qualification framework, which is already also one of the projects that is undergoing right now. Next slide. So you will receive this, but this is just the overall picture how the different systems within Africa, the different projects, the different works that are put in higher education are trying to tune together so that we have a mobile population, a mobile student system, and it all boils down to the African Union Agenda 63. Is there somebody in the audience who knows what Agenda 2063 is? Or its common terminology? I can say Professor Morris. Yes. What is Agenda 2063? Agenda 2063. Yes, what is it?
2063 looks forward to a harmonized Africa, where we are using the common, the African standards and guidelines, and which will make mobility of students and staff across Africa very, very possible. Over and above that, there's a research component where they request countries to give 1% of their GDP for research. And that, in a small context, is what we are talking about.
Thank you so much, Prof. So, in essence, we need to be mobile. How do we make it possible to be mobile? Now, before I continue, I want to ask a question. Maybe I could go on, and we might not be in the same footpath of interest. Do we want to be mobile? How many people want to be mobile? How many people don't want to be mobile? Maybe I think that's the question. How many people don't want to be mobile? But I didn't see some hands. So where are you falling? For those who didn't carry up their hand, where are you falling? Or the question is not clear, you know. As students, we always say if the teacher asks a question and they're not seeing your hands up, it doesn't mean that you don't know. It's just maybe the teacher didn't ask the right question. So my question is, as academician, as staff at the university, do you want to be mobile? Staff, do you want to be mobile? Okay. Exchange program. Yes. Okay. To the students. The Waheshimiwa was saying it's an obvious thing. So let me ask the wenyeji, the students. Does mobility make any sense? Okay. Yeah, I don't want somebody answering on behalf of someone. Does mobility make any sense? It does? Mobility kwa Gen Z language inaitwaje? Yeah, because you know I'm not Gen Z, so maybe I might be using the wrong term. What is mobility in Gen Z language? It's just mobility. Okay. My Mweshimia here is saying just mobility, eh? Okay. So, do you want to be mobile? Students, do you want to be mobile? Why? I know the professor said it's obvious and it's the purpose of higher education, but why? You as a student, why do you want to be mobile? More opportunities. Perfect. Yes. Never be shy. Always answer. Say whatever you want. We can always find an understanding on what you mean. So there are opportunities. So we are looking for opportunities. What is the purpose of higher education, professor? And you said it was obvious. What is the purpose of higher education? What is the purpose of higher education? Give it in a Okay, so what does that translate into? Okay. So does that mean opportunity? What's the answer? Don't answer on their behalf. Somebody who said opportunity. Does it mean opportunity? Does it? You're mobile because you want opportunity. You're saying it means mobility. So does it translate? How many people do mathematics here? Yule amesoma mathematics hapa? Simulisoma high school. Forget about the university one. The one that tells you 1 + 1 is equal to 0. No. Ile ulisoma high school. If somebody said it means mobility and somebody says mobility means opportunity, does it say the same thing? Okay, good. So we are there. Okay, next slide. So, the essence of looking at African credit transfer system is to understand, just press it, is to understand that we have a powerful tool that therefore makes it learner-centered. You are teaching, you are making your student have competence so that they can make something out of it, okay? So it's no longer just about you, it's about them, okay? So it's learner-centered. And then, when you're talking about learn, I want to make you be something that you can make better is I have to look at what is the learning outcomes that you need to come from there. What are the competencies that need to come from me helping and working with you to be at the center of our focus? And that also means that we are looking at what do you need to do as a student so that you can be able to get this competence. So it's quantifying in overall what it means to instill and to get those skills and to be able to have those competences. Next slide. So harmonizing, transferring knowledge, making you mobile, press on. Having free movement of labor opportunities. If your student or your graduate gets an opportunity to go to Uganda, it's free movement of labor, yes? Then also having an opportunity to recognize that we have regions and we have continental integration. That is understanding so that we are working together. We might not be doing similar things, but we are doing things that are common and things that are understandable across the different regions. So facilitate recognizing the students and also ensuring that you have, recognizing their competences, ensuring that you have the student mobility, promoting flexible learning pathways. Now, flexible learning pathways is if you're doing your degree or you've done your degree, then it is easy to be able to move on to another institution with that without having a blockage. Or if you are still studying, it's easy to be able to move to another institution for a semester without having a blockage. So it becomes flexible. You become flexible in what you're doing. And then ensuring that we as Africa, we understand and discuss what it means to have this qualification, what it means to have produced a teacher in University of Eldoret, and what it means to have produced a teacher in Africa. It should be the same thing or the same understanding. So that is the essence of the African credit transfer system. Next slide. Implement, looking at now, beyond that, then now, of course, we have to come down to the big people, looking at the curriculum. So now the universities, the staff, have to look at the curriculum. What is it that they were going to teach or they are going to transfer to the students so that it can make it easier to be able to move from one space to the other. And of course, having transparency. In 2008, there was a project that was done, and we brought together academics from different regions, agriculture, medicine, from the different regions of Africa. And the question everybody was asking is, if I did medicine in Kenya, is it the same as you've done, your student who has done medicine in Egypt? And so the academics were able to sit down and see, if in Kenya, the basic competences that you have to instill in a student for medicine in Kenya is this. In your place, the basic competences that need to be still, they are this. Therefore, let's look at the commonality, how we understand those basic skills. And that means trying to transform your curriculum so that they can speak the same basic skill, the same competences. And also create awareness and change the way we look at institutions, how we teach, how we quantify, how we have competence. Kenya, you're lucky because you're talking about competence-based education. So at least somebody is discussing it there, even if you're not doing it yourself. So this is one of the things. And this is what we're trying to drive with the African Credit Transfer System, so that also other regions can be looking at competences, the skills that we're instilling. So if we look at that beyond just the name of I'm doing economics, then we end up having a common language of what the program entails. Next slide. And I just move on. I think that's basic. So we, in the African Credit Transfer System part of the work area, we are moving on. We've already done a state-of-the-art study of what is happening in Africa in the different regions. And now we are looking for an opportunity to then reach a point whereby we can select at least 10 countries for piloting, and then be able to have 100 universities, and then be able to at least pilot this idea, then find at the end of it all, have an understanding and maybe change a few things, and so that we can make it something that works for the institution. Next slide. So, in essence, credit systems means recognition, okay? Recognizing that your competence and your competence is something that is the same in the same program or the same qualification. So recognizing that. Next slide. Oh, let's see. This person. So, if you recognize Bachelor of Education at University of Eldoret and recognize Bachelor of Education at Makerere University, then the assumption is they should be equal to each other, okay? They should be similar. They should be speaking the same thing. So we can only do that if we see we have a common understanding of the credits and the recognitions and competences that are being done on that. So one, if it is blue, it is red, it should be relatively the same. Next slide. So having student, what is the student doing? How do you program what is the student doing? And what is the student actually doing? Okay? We have a curriculum. We give the students a work to do. The students do the work on their own. They do further research. And at the end of the day, we can say, this student has gained these particular learning outcomes. And therefore, this speaks the same language of Bachelor of Education in Kenya as Bachelor of Education in Cameroon. So credits, you look at not just beyond the contact time that we have teaching you as a student or having the lecturer with you, but also what the student will be able to do. And therefore, this translates to the whole competence-based system that we need. And when you have a common understanding of that competence, then you can be able to say this and this is equal. Next slide. So contact hours is common, is when you have interaction with your professors or when the professor comes to class and is teaching. But that is, and I believe the students know it, that is not the only learning part in a student time. There are things you'll have to go do your assignment, you'll have to go to the laboratory, things that you do without having to have contact with the university, with the lecturer. So all this should be able to translate into what competence and what skills that you have. Next slide. So in short, having how to know what is the student role, what is the teacher's role in having to conceive this particular credit, and the importance of learning versus teaching. Sorry. Oh, thank you. Okay. Let me see. Okay, good. So the importance of learning versus teaching. And here, credit system, my fellow students, I was a student sometimes, I can still claim to be a student. It involves the work you do and the work your professors are doing, and therefore, in essence, at the end of the day, being able to understand that. And finally, being able to allow and to understand how we can facilitate and promote primarily intra-Africa mobility to be able to understand each other so that we have a common system that works together. Now, with that, the question comes, what is really a credit system? Is it something unique to Africa? Is it some topic that we are talking about right now? I don't think so, because I don't know how they do it at University of Eldoret, but we have different ways that universities in Kenya actually evaluate and have the information on your transcript. Some use weighted average, some use credit. What do we use in University of Eldoret? In the transcript, how do you weigh that the student has studied? Students. What do you have in your transcript? Grade. Credit. You have credit, okay? So you have credit. Egerton University, when I studied, we had weighted averages, okay? But it's, at the end of the day, the intention of the university is to instill these skills in these students, okay? So if somebody is talking about weighted average, somebody is talking about credit, there needs to be a common understanding that these two things are speaking a common language, okay? So it's the essence of beyond what you are learning, what you are doing as an institution, as a student, it should be a common understanding. It doesn't mean that it is the same value, okay? It just means that I understand the value you accredit to this should be a similar something that I credit to my part. So if I'm using weighted average and using credit, then I should understand that my weighted average of 3.5 could be equal to this X number of credit in your system. So then we are able to move and therefore be able to have those credits which are not comparable, but then understand what they are together. So we did a survey and a piloting earlier on, whereby we came up to have what is a credit. A credit is a measure of workload that is required for a typical learner. And what is a workload? The estimation of the learning activities that then come up, seminars, projects, practical, work placement, that the student can be able to do individually that then accompany that. So in Africa, we found out that in one academic year, most of the countries were accrediting it to seats. But in a program, we had a variation between 1,300, a program is a 4-year course or a 3-year course, having that different variation. So the question is, how do we come to a common understanding? And there was a protest from some regions that if I have 1,850 and you have 1,350, how can we say they're the same? So the discussion on the credit system is to try to have a common understanding so that we can have an average of what is the basic minimum, the basic requisite to be able to attain that. So we have a comparison with the different regions in the world. In Africa, majority is 60. In Europe, in Northern Europe, we have 120 credits. In Central Europe, 60. In Latin America, 60. North America, 30. But then the question is, if somebody studied in Africa and somebody studied in North Africa, can we say those credits are speaking the same competence, are implying the same competence? Sorry. Okay, not sure what I'm doing. Okay, not sure what, is it moving? I'm pointing the wrong direction. Okay. So, the essence of this discussion is to try to have a common agreement on what is the value of a credit in an African higher education system, what is the workload, what is the number of credits per year, if we are looking at years, and how can we then make them understandable to each other. Not equal, but understandable to each other, because otherwise we fall into the system whereby each higher education system is controlled by the national government. So you also don't want to force that you have to change yours to mine or change mine to yours, but then we need to understand from the different regions within the continent, are they speaking a common language? So last, I'll skip that so that I keep it short. Okay. So I'm coming to the end of my presentation. I know it might seem a little bit, but we want people to be mobile. And this is the essence of trying to understand what is the credit system in our country. How can we then apply, or how can we make the credit system, the African credit system, how can we improve it? What is it that needs to be considered to be able to improve it? What is it that then can make us come to a point whereby we have, as a country, our ACTS? Kenya, I spoke to the Commission of Education. They have a credit system that is in play, but it is the prerogative of the universities, because you have the universities are autonomous, so that's your prerogative. But then, how do we then make sure that the barriers that exist in uptake of the credit system, how do we bring them down? So those are some of the questions that we would like to continuously discuss and be able to look at so that we can make a difference. And then last, thank you. Okay? So the intention for this particular speech was to ensure that we know that everybody in the continent is thinking that we need to move together as a country, as a region, as a continent, and therefore we can then have a workforce that has power, okay? If we only produce good graduates in Kenya, we can do as best as we can, but of course opportunities, we might not be able to create opportunities at the same space as we are producing the graduates. So it's very important that we can move as a region. East Africa looks at, if East Africa already have an higher education area, but East Africa moves at the same pace, West Africa moves at the same pace, and Africa then has an understanding of the skills and competences that we are producing, and therefore having a power of saying we have 20 or 1 million university Bachelor of Educations who have the same competences that then can be used in any part of the region within the continent, but also we can export that particular workforce, okay? So it's very important to be able to discuss, and also as students to understand that this is exactly what I'm attaining, and this is the power that I attain that I then can use, either apply it in Kenya, but also I can be able to apply it in other 53 countries within the continent. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Query, for that wonderful presentation. It is time for questions and answer session, and possibly I'll give opportunity to members of staff and students who are here to ask questions and maybe clarifications. But I also want just to appreciate that intra-African mobility, University of Eldoret is already in a small way participating in intra-African mobility. And there are students here, I think there are postgraduate students here who are beneficiaries of intra-African mobility program, co-create. I see Lucia here, Jacinta, just wave, stand up and wave, and Laban as well. I think Laban comes from Uganda, Jacinta from Nigeria, and Lucia from Tanzania. Yeah, so in a small way, I think there is also other group from Co-Create African Project and those kind of things. So, yeah, and it is very challenging sometimes to to make these students to learn here in University of Eldoret and possibly learn in Makerere University and maybe University in Ghana. And that is the conversation we have over here this morning. So let me not waste a lot of time and give opportunities for students, staff, the members here to ask questions first before maybe I give a comment at the end of the day. So who goes first? Yes, Prof.
This is a very good conversation. I like the mission and vision of the organization, but I wonder, how do we strategize to convince the governments who control resources and opportunities for implementation of this program?
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Ngeyo. Maybe we take a few, then she can respond to them. Prof, do you have a comment? Okay, yes.
I want to thank the presenter for a very current conversation. Seeing some students move from one country to another, one region to another, and then from one university to another. My concern is on the quality that the organization is working on. Is it based on some standard that is ISO related? Or when we talk about quality at your institution, you have your own definition of quality? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Doc. Another question? Comment from Professor Koth?
Yeah, mine is just to make a comment. I don't know whether they got the meaning of Obril. Obril. I don't know whether Madam explained, but Obril simply means Observatory of the Relations between Europe and Latin America. And in this, I have been part of the projects that she has been running across East Africa. I think the last one was to translate the African standards and guidelines into the Lusophone and Francophone, as well as the Anglophone languages. And you might take cognizance of that email as a student, because she has a lot of money. That's a secret. That's the secret I'm stealing for you. She has a lot of money. She can sponsor you for postgraduate studies. She can sponsor a project that you can be, probably you write a proposal. She can be able to do so many things for you. So this is a chance for you to network. Take that email. You never know when you will need it. But all said and done, Inter-University Council for East Africa, that I was chair some time back, is much doing the work of integrating the East African commissions. And now we are talking of 7 countries. DRC Congo has also joined us. And Somalia is aspiring. And South Sudan is actually inside. So having been part of the quality assurance fora, Obril always sponsors us in a very big way, up to and including flying delegates to the country that these functions take place. So my point is that as a student, don't take it lightly. You are still having a whole future ahead of you. And these transfers you are talking about, mobility, are actually the ones that are going to grow you. So mine is to encourage you to know that you might feel like this particular presentation doesn't connect with you directly. But deep inside, I can tell you it connects with you directly, because it is what will build you to be a professor like myself, among other things. I submit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Prof is well known for quality assurance issues globally, actually. So thank you for those very valuable comments. Any other comment or question? Any other? Yes, Prof.
Thank you so much, Apio, for your presentation. Now, at the university, we have some EU projects, and we have student mobility also at EU level. I know you didn't talk about EU today. You talked about Africa mobility, but I think it still applies. Now, the issue is that at our EU projects, we usually take our students out at undergraduate level. And it gives us a lot of challenges because these students have to come back and defer their studies. We take mainly second years and third years. The Africa mobility, we don't face so many challenges. I think, well, we do at some level, maybe language and things like that. But our biggest challenge is at undergraduate level. So I don't know what you can say about this. How can you help us so that these students don't have to come back and defer? They can just come back and reintegrate back into their programs and continue.
Thank you very much, Prof. Any other question? Yeah, thank you very much. I have maybe a few also. One is, more or less related to what Prof is talking about undergraduate students' mobility. I think in our school, we have a student currently in Netherlands, and the student deferred for 1 semester to go study there, and will be back again to continue from where the student left. And therefore, there is no proper mechanism of credit transferability from what has been done there in 1 semester and put here. And how can that work? But I think the university has made a lot of traction. Okay, not a lot, but a little traction on intra-African mobility. But skills portability is the conversation we are also having with most of our students, especially in projects which are dealing with scaling here. And we realize that there are many job opportunities elsewhere, and we don't have them here. And these destinations have got standards of skills that they require. How do you possibly connect us as a university to opportunities for skills portability? Something that we are possibly trying now, and we are in deep waters. We have not done this before. And also, you mentioned that in this act, there are 100 universities in Africa for pilot test. Now that Professor Koth is there, is University of Eldoret among the 100, so that we can also benefit at this pilot stage? Thank you very much. You can respond to those questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Okay, so let me start with the last question that is asked. So we haven't selected yet, okay? We did the consultations with the different regions, and based on the countries that responded, okay, we had 47 countries responded to the survey, and then we did consultations. We went to visited national visits to different countries and had conversation with the Commission for University Education and higher education stakeholders. Now, of those countries that we visited, high likelihood that they will be we visited 15 countries, so high likelihood that is where we're going to get the 10 countries. Good news, Kenya was one of them, okay? So in essence, Kenya institutions have a high likelihood of being part of this 100 institution. Now, back to University of Eldoret. University of Eldoret now have 2 opportunities. Why? Because when we're going to do piloting, the intra-Africa mobility programs are going to be considered, okay? So because University of Eldoret has intra-Africa mobility, those are some of the programs that we are going to consider in the piloting. So you have 2 opportunities. Then Let me answer before I come to Prof on the question that you raised. What are the strategies to convince the governments to put the money where the mouth is, okay? First, the ACTS was an idea of the African Union, okay? Through the ministerial conference, this is where they discuss the political stuff. Unfortunately, most of the times it's brought to you to implement without any assistance, but it has the backing of the Ministerial Conference of African Countries. So we are hopeful that as we go on forward, they're going to support and ensure that we have an African credit transfer system. How do we force them? I think as we do it, the good thing is university are autonomous and setting up learning outcomes, workloads. So the more you do and you make sure that your students have credits that are understandable with other institutions, the more they see that they cannot escape their responsibilities. So it's an opportunity for us as higher education institutions to work at it and force them to now put the resources where they are. Luckily enough, this part is being sponsored, but as usual, we want to do something that's sustainable, so we have to put our resources into it. But we are going to do this through the sponsorships, through the facilitation to start the process. And if it is working well and it's successful, I think the governments will have no say. They'll have to do and put the resources there. So that is our hope. But it has the backing of the ministerial conference. Then concerning quality ISO, so the harmonization, the project, since it started, in the first phase, we developed what is called the African Standards and Guidelines that Professor mentioned. So this is the basis of when we are talking about quality. It's looking at the standards that it's been set for Africa. Now, the standards is not unique because what happened to come up with the African Standards and Guidelines, what we did was do a mapping across the different regions in Africa and see what standards they have for quality assurance. And based on that is whereby we developed the common understanding of quality assurance in Africa, taking into account what is happening in the different regions. So, and luckily enough, because East Africa is very far ahead in higher education, East African standards was one of the bases that we used. So for universities in East Africa, it's not far off from what we have, because actually if you look at our comparison, that was the basis of what was used. West Africa is not doing so well because of the division, because Francophone and then Anglophone West Africa really doesn't have that common standards. So the East Africa and the Southern Africa was the driving force on the African Standards and Guidelines. So it's not far off from what we're doing. And actually, like Iakan, where Prof was, in this particular phase, we're also doing another mapping study to see what is the status as it is, so that we can continuously try to improve. Quality assurance is not static. So you have to continuously try to check and try to improve. So that's what we're using, not the ISO. And the intention is to end up at a point whereby, even in Africa, we can be able to provide quality assurance certification to other people because we have the basis for that. Now, just to go to what is Obriel. He mentioned it is Observatory for Relations between Europe and Latin America. Why was it named this? That was then. Obriel is now 20 years old. So when the program started, it was a project between Europe and Latin America trying to understand the relation between the two continents, okay? So when the project ended, there was a recommendation, why don't we form an observatory to continuously monitor this relation? So they formed the observatory and our secretariat was set up. But from then on, we were able to now start applying the same context in other regions. So we work in Europe, we work in Asia, we work in Africa. Now, a few months ago, we decided now to change. Instead of saying Latin America, we leave that A, that then it can apply for Africa, Asia, so that it is, because we are no longer just based in working in Latin America. We are now actually, having worked in these different regions, we are now trying to bring them together so that we can decide. But that was the basis of how Obrel was formed, and that's the basis how we developed. Now, coming to the EU projects, and okay, it wasn't the topic of my discussion, but I'm very passionate about this because one thing we know as countries, and by the way, it's not now only African countries or developing countries. You're seeing what is happening in Europe. You're seeing what is happening in the US. Higher education is being muzzled up by lack of resources. Or our good leaders just try to push away some funding, keep on tightening. So it's a reality that you constantly have to look for resources. You constantly, as an institution, you have to look for resources. As a professor, you have to look for resources. As a student, you have to look for resources. So how do we continuously do this? Is to be aware of the opportunities that exist that then can help us facilitate and enhance our higher education. Now, one of the opportunities is the Erasmus project, Erasmus Plus. I don't know if you, do you have internet on? You just type Erasmus Plus. So one opportunity that exists is Erasmus Plus. It's a funding project by the European Commission. Now, most of the times when we talk about funding and donor funding, being true nationals, of course, you feel a little bit itch in your stomach. It's like, why does somebody have to keep on putting money to help me do something? Why can't I put money to do it myself? But then you're hit with the reality that I really don't have all that resources. I really don't have that. This resource exists. Why can't we use it? But use it with a mindset that I want to use this to set up a platform for me to be able to reach where I want. So the Erasmus project, the program, has opportunities for higher education to be able to improve, to build its capacity, be it in terms of building the capacity of staff and academics, but also be in terms of allowing the students to have this opportunity. So let me start with the staff side on academics. For the institution, with Erasmus, you can be able to come up with projects. Do a project to build the capacity of your staff, build the capacity of your academics, so that you have another funding facilitating your traditional role as an institution. So this is a channel that University of Eldoret can use, and it is happening. We have, as my organization, we have 8 projects in Africa. 2 projects are now being run with also including universities in Africa, in Kenya. We're working with Moi University, we're working JQ at JUICE, etc. So University of Eldoret has this opportunity to also jump on that. Use the resources. It doesn't mean that somebody is buying you, but you're using it cleverly to build on what is your traditional role. And there we can then, within capacity building, you can also build capacity of your academic staff, but also your other staff within the institution. Next, for Erasmus, the students also have opportunity. As an institution, either driven by the projects that the university has joined, okay? So, as if you do, just like you're doing with the Intra-Africa Mobility, if University of Eldoret has a project in Erasmus Plus, then they can also be able to have students, mobile staff, mobile, etc. So students have an opportunity in that also. But also, the students individually have the opportunity as a credit, like Professor was mentioning, for the credit mobility, for short-term mobility. You are doing your bachelor's, you want to go for a semester to study something in a university in Europe, you have that opportunity. Now, the caveat, the problem that we are having is that most of the times we haven't worked so hard to come up with learning agreements that therefore recognizes what the student is going to study there, that it is equivalent to a semester that the student should have done here, and so then the student doesn't have to waste time. It's a good opportunity to be mobile. I'm not saying you don't be mobile, but it's good if I'm mobile, then I don't have to repeat the same thing. Therefore, we shorten, we don't waste time. We don't want to waste time. We want you to get out and get those jobs and build our country. So, learning agreements is very critical. Now, in the former Erasmus project, it used to be called Erasmus Mundus, what at that time, the requirement was you're working with a university in Europe that you're already working with, that understand you. So you already have some form of understanding of each other. Therefore, it was easier to be able to recognize what the student is going to do there, and therefore they don't have to repeat the same thing. That was previous. But when it was expanded, it's taking a little bit longer for institutions, because now a student can be able to move even to a university that you haven't worked with traditionally, or you don't know traditionally. So what I will encourage the University of Eldoret to work hard at coming up with this kind of learning agreement. Now, once you set up your learning agreement, therefore, before the student, when the student has that opportunity, then you can have the student sign in, that institution sign in, your institution signs on this learning agreement, and therefore you're able to recognize what they do so that they don't waste a semester in terms of learning. That's one thing. Secondly, get more projects, get to have more partners, and then you're able to make it easier to understand so that the student doesn't have to waste time. Another opportunity for the students is the Erasmus Master's Program, for those who are at the master's level. Credit mobility, you can do it at any level, undergraduate, master's, or PhD. For full degree program where you're going to study in Europe, but also now, universities in Africa can be coordinators of the Erasmus Master's Program. I was just in a conference yesterday on Erasmus Mundus, and we have universities from South Africa coordinating master's program. So University of Eldoret has that opportunity, that they can coordinate a master's program under Erasmus Mundus, which is part and parcel of the Erasmus program, but then now run the program the same way you're doing with the intra-Africa mobility. So have more partnerships. So that is another opportunity that then can enhance the student get other extra. Another opportunity for the student individually, once you're finishing your undergraduate, you can apply to go to Europe to do your master's on your own. Apply. I am a beneficiary of Erasmus Mundus that way. I applied, I went to study. That doesn't mean as University of Eldoret that you're losing them. I'm back, I'm talking to Africa, I'm talking to Kenya, and I'm telling you to this. So it's not losing, it's an opportunity. So those are ways that we can be able to integrate and bring it. The facility, the money exists. It's just an issue of putting our minds together and getting there. So as an institution, University of Eldoret, you have 3 opportunities. Inter-Africa in itself, Erasmus Plus on itself as a program, master's program, or as a capacity building opportunity. So those are opportunities that exist. I'm a beneficiary, I'm very passionate because it's there. If you don't take it, somebody else will. So we need to grab these opportunities and use them. So that's how I can answer that. I'm not sure whether I left out something. Skill portability. Now, skill portability is making sure that somebody else understands. And as University of Eldoret, because you've already started with intra-Africa mobility, now you are learning the context of how things, how you're able to translate. When your student comes from Uganda, Makerere University, how do you then understand that? It started with you talking with Makerere University, coming together with a program and applying to get the funding for intra-Africa mobility. Now, that is what we want, that we continuously get into this conversation, get into these spaces, whereby you can either talk as an institution directly, or you can talk as individual professor, or even as an individual student. Students, you can also go out there and say, yes, I'm a student at University of Eldoret, it's an opportunity to start laying the ground for somebody to understand that this is an institution that we can consider for something else. So it's opportunity. As Obriel Global, we are involved in the capacity building, and so we are open to work together with University of Eldoret. And as a Kenyan, I want Kenyan universities to benefit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think without any more questions, time is more spent. I will call upon Dr. Grace Murithi for other programs. I think mine ends there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ria. Waswahili husema mgeni njo. Mgeni njo. Mumepona. Tumepona. Thank you very much for that very wonderful presentation. I think we have learned that there's a lot of opportunities. We have learned that there's a secret, there's some money. So we are very happy. And because we want you to remember us when you go back, and to remember us when you'll be doing the selection of the piloting, and to remember us when you're sharing the money. We want to invite the chair of the 10th ICC committee, Professor Jalas, so that he will present a gift to you, so that as you go back, University of Eldoret will be somewhere in your heart. Professor Karibu. Once we are done with this session, then we'll go out there and take a photo. Put your best smile for that photo. And then after that, we have a cup of tea in NS4. So there's a cup of tea at NS4. Karibu, Prof.
Prof, thank you very much for that presentation. And I know Professor Okoth is wondering, I've just come and Prof, you mentored to me, and I'm the chair of the committee. Thank you very much. Prof, it is our routine that we appreciate. And we don't just appreciate and let you go, but you also have something that will make you remember us in form of a kind of a trophy, I can call it so. Please stand. Yeah, stand. Something you can keep. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Thank you. Something that you and remember University of Eldoret. Thank you so much, and welcome back. Thank you. Yes.
Share this on our platform, and yes, this University of Eldoret is going to be on a platform.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Lolelea. I'm Jaluo Murunga. Then we worked with Dr. Stella Cabeza. All of us are staff of the University of Eldoret. We are in School of Education, in the Department of Curriculum and Instruction. And our presentation is hinged on the theme of the whole conference, but we measured onto what we are referring to as the indigenous knowledge in higher education. Chair, we are asking ourselves, is knowledge worth anything? So that requires that we do some critiquing of the Western knowledge, which we have all imagined that is the best that God ever produced. Then where is the legitimacy of the Western knowledge, which we all tend to run to? Then we have talked about what knowledge, legitimate knowledge, is in the context of Adianga Akenga 2012. On the question of knowledge, on the question of knowing, and in reference to the indigenous knowledge, do the Africans know anything? And by the Africans knowing anything, we are referring to the indigenous knowledge. Then we bring in the aspect of philosophy. Philosophy will always consider what is justified to be true. And we are saying that African knowledge is rooted in our cultural heritage, in our oral traditions, in our history, in the life experiences, and in the local innovations within the African natural setting. So we need to reconceptualize what indigenous knowledge is in Africa. And we are looking at it as rethinking and reinterpreting traditional knowledge systems to better integrate the same systems with the scientific and cultural context. So anytime we talk about scientific innovation, whatever it is, we are of the opinion that we must carry with it the whatever is African. We also need to conceptualize indigenous knowledge as a process of acknowledging the value of the indigenous knowledge by preserving, adapting, applying the same knowledge in the relevant modern challenges. So why do we need to reconceptualize indigenous knowledge? One is to preserve our culture. Two is to sustain development. And this development, we are referring to sustained development in the realms of agriculture, the natural resource management, and environmental conservation. We are looking at reconceptualizing indigenous knowledge in the aspects of addressing modern challenges, which are climate change related, biodiversity loss, and public health. And this one we are borrowing heavily from Lessing in 2009. We are looking at reconceptualizing indigenous knowledge in the context of empowerment of indigenous communities. What are the main features? The main features of African indigenous knowledge. We look at it to mean traditional, to mean aboriginal, to mean vernacular, to mean black, to mean African, to mean native, and others that go with it. So how do we conceptualize African indigenous knowledge? One, through holistic understanding. That African indigenous knowledge involves people, plants, animals, and natural phenomena. That we want to, the concepts of indigenous knowledge will include sustainability and stewardship, which are supposed to work in harmony. We want to look at African indigenous knowledge in terms of oral traditions, which are passed on from generation to generation. We want to look at African indigenous knowledge in terms of being local and contextual, that wherever Africans are staying, their way of life carries with it whatever we are referring to as the indigenous knowledge systems. In terms of spirituality and connections, all of us are aware, maybe the Gen Zs may not be aware, that even when African women would wake up and go to the river in the morning, it was a form of worship. So our mountains, I've been to West Pokot, and in West Pokot, my Pokot friends told me we have a mountain called Mount Mutelo. And they called it the mountain of God. That is where their God lives. Hata wakiomba wanasema Mungu ya Pokot. Na Mungu ya Pokot anaishi Mount Mutelo. So those others would still be part of the concept of African indigenous knowledge, then of course being community-centric. We are looking at it as being practical and applied. Any activity in the African context is to solve a problem and not to talk about a challenge. So how do we talk about medicine? How do we talk about agriculture? How do we talk about craftsmanship? How do we talk about environmental management when we have people who are looking at the forest as their home, and even within that context, they still have a way of conserving the same, that African indigenous knowledge is adaptive and evolving. What are the characteristics of African indigenous knowledge? Is homegrown. It is part and parcel of communities' cultural life and practices. It is often it may not be often documented, but it's passed on from one generation to another generation with a lot of detail. It is used to solve immediate problems and not pose problems. It is dynamic. It is always under scrutiny since it is valued and a way of solving the prevailing problems. So we have some key philosophies of African indigenous knowledge. Then we have the features. Pastoralists, as part of African indigenous knowledge, would really value what we are seeing. Look at that animal, and we have Africans who would associate almost their entire life to that kind of animal heritage. We have the carvings. We have the animal carvings, which are seen in most parts of the African cultures. We have the nomadic life and a way of surviving within the nomadic communities. Look at the issue of hydrology, the hydrological technology in the African context, and it's still part of our African indigenous knowledge. We have that housing. We have land preservation, ensuring that the animals have enough. Then now the issue of haruspication, a practice that almost involves predicting the future using the entrails of the animals. And it has been around in history. It may not be starting now. Then our paper had a specific attachment to the Turkana way of doing things. And specifically, the paper went out to look at the Turkana haruspication. And the Turkana have a way of telling the future because it is divine in itself. So they would be able to do their haruspication through animal behavior. They would observe the animals and tell the future. They had a way of telling, studying astronomy, the environmental cues, the changes within the weather patterns among others, then the rituals among others. Look at what that community is doing. They are studying the animal intestines and telling the future going by how the intestines are arranged. And it still worked. This is part of what we need to preserve and even see how it finds its way into higher education. So that is what we have a text on what haruspication is. And the Turkana have been very good at taking advantage of that to even tell the future going by that technology. And it is not just among the Turkana. Go to the coast, you will find the Kaya system. Go to the Luya, you will find my people, the Tajoni community, had a way of even predicting the weather. And they would tell their people, can we get ready to plant within a week's time because it will be raining? And it actually did rain. So it has some divinity in itself. So how do we integrate African indigenous knowledge into higher education? One, we must decolonize the imagination that it is only Western knowledge that should carry the day. I really felt humbled by the presentation we had from the main speaker when she talked about decolonizing the mind. And for us to get back to the African indigenous knowledge, we have to decolonize. Why should we end up, even when we are doing a lot of publications within the university setting, and you look at the citations, all of them are Western. Yet we have 1,001 papers in the African context which would still have been cited. So we need to decolonize education to incorporate indigenous knowledge into our curricula. We need a holistic learning system that also embraces IKS for indigenous knowledge systems. We need to revisit the aspects of our language and identity still in higher education. We need to talk about sustainability of our livelihoods, including agriculture, environmental conservation, resource management, among others. We need to talk about collaborative research, researching on how the African indigenous knowledge can best be harnessed into higher education. Examples of IKS, it is in South Africa. And what have South Africans done? They have put African indigenous languages into the education system. We have examples in curriculum reforms done in South Africa. We have language revitalization. We have institutional transformation that are addressing inequalities that may have been brought about by apartheid system. Then, in Zimbabwe, the environmental education has incorporated indigenous knowledge systems into it. We are drawing a conclusion and saying we need to reconstruct and revitalize indigenous knowledge into the education system by revising and even harmonizing the higher education curricula. We need to integrate Turkana haruspication, because this is where our study went, among other African indigenous sources of knowledge into the curriculum. Which strategies? Among the strategies we have, we need to preserve our culture. We need interdisciplinary learning. We need community engagement. We need to address the challenges. We need to seek opportunities for research like the ones that we were able to get this morning through Erasmus Mundus, among others. Then we had some recommendations. One of the recommendations is we have to integrate indigenous knowledge systems into our higher education systems. We need to develop policy that still values, appreciates, and incorporates indigenous knowledge into our academic and research institutions. We need community collaboration. We need capacity building. We need the use of indigenous languages. I don't know why other European countries, you go to France, then you have to learn French first. Then now other languages can come on. We need a lot of research and documentation on indigenous knowledge systems. We need to decolonize education. And then we need a bit of sustainability and innovation as we work with it. As we finish, play that thing, supposed to be some very short song where a Turkana fellow is appreciating. It may take about us, yes, that one. And we are ending our presentation. That fellow is appreciating the bull, his bull, and inviting the females to also come around and participate into it. And look at how high he jumps, just to appreciate. That is part of African indigenous knowledge, a way of appreciating. If it was in the Western world, we'd just be saying, Thank you. I am humble. It is very interesting. But that is how he does it. Thank you so much. God bless.
Let's give him a better round of applause. Thank you very much. Today we have learned something about haruspication. Dr. Jaluo, that's a new vocabulary in the room. I don't know who remembers what it means. Now, guided that I offload physical presenters here to NS1 and NS2. Then, please, I want to offload you to NS1 and NS2 so that we do online here. That's what I'm being told. Then
if we don't reorganize, we must not leave here until 8 p.m. So we want to request that maybe the four of you, we move to NS, two can move to NS2, two can go to NS1, so that here we concentrate with the online presentations. Please. Okay? Let's go to NS. You can choose either NS2. I choose for them. Okay, the two that have gone, go to NS2. Who else? You are also presenting, and yourself. Eh? Oh, yeah, you explained. She explained. She has her co-authors are online, so she can stay here. Then you can go with Daktari to NS1. Who else was presenting? You want to present? You have some people online also, co-authors. Online. But you're here physically, so that's why we want to take you to NS1. Yeah? Let's go with you to NS1 so that we take care of online. We already have 5 from yesterday online here waiting to present. So please, let's go, and Daktari here. Okay? But you stay here, audience, don't leave. The audience can stay here for the online presentations.
thank you, Dr. Grace. I want to give our online presenters. Who is ready? Maybe Secretariat, can you enable Mercy to speak to us? Mercy, can you hear us? Mercy, upload your presentation. And we are going to take 10 minutes, not 15. We are reducing to 10 minutes. So we would want presenters who are not reading word to word. Just tell us straight what you want to tell us. And yeah, Secretariat.
Mercy, please.
Can we have multiple online presenters? Whoever is ready to take the stage.
Mercy is presenting, so she's sharing her screen.
So we are supposed to see the screen here?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Mercy.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes. Shortly, we are doing something so that we could see it. You can hear us clearly, right, Mercy?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, you have 10 minutes. We want you to avoid reading word to word so that you take your 10 minutes. So the clock starts ticking now. Take your 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Masi Koech, and I'm presenting analysis of land use land cover change and their impacts on Lower Mwiben subcatchment, Kenya. As we know, water is important for human survival, ecosystems, and also economic activities, but only 5%, 0.5% of this water is available for human use. Also, in Sustainable Development Goal number 6, it aims for universal clean water, but many regions are still struggling with this. For example, in only Africa, over 160 million of people are still currently facing water challenges. And as for Kenya, we are still a water scarce nation with only below 1,000 meters cubic by year. In many Kenyan watersheds, which includes Lower Mwiben subcatchment, it is experiencing fluctuation in its river discharge. And this is because of land use changes, climatic variability, and also human activities. Therefore, these fluctuations in river discharge is affecting the household's water needs and also for farming activities. Therefore, it is important to understand how land uses, climatic changes, and even other human activities impact these flows. And this is important for sustainability. My statement of the problem is that this water is important for people who are living in these rural households in Mwiben. But the problem is that in the recent decades, this river has been facing the challenge of decline in discharge, seasonal variation, and the pressure from the human activities. Even after the communities raising concerns with these fluctuations, there is no empirical studies that quantify the direct relationship between the changes in land use and the discharge. Therefore, addressing this gap will help with sustainability, which will mitigate further water shortages issues. My main objective here is that to investigate the land use land cover change along Lower Mwiben subcatchment from 1995 to 2024. And my research question is, what are the current land uses along Lower Mwiben subcatchment? This catchment is located between 35.2 degrees east and 0.2 degrees north. And it is covering most of Mwiben ward and Karona Mibeki ward. It also covers some small parts of Trans Nzoia and Elgeyo Marakwet counties. This is the subcatchment. The climate here is the average climate. We have the temperature being at 18 degrees Celsius and the rainfall is between 1250 to 1500 millimeters. We have also soils which are loam and clay. We have the geology, the hydrology here. The main river here is Lower Mwiben River. It has tributaries. We have grasslands, plantations, shrublands, and bushlands. Under data collection and analysis, this objective, the type of data that was collected was primary data, and it was from remote sensing, field surveys, household interviews, and key informants. The analysis that was done here is spatial analysis and descriptive analysis, and it was presented using land use land cover maps and graphs. This is the findings. It is showing the land use land cover change in this subcatchment from 1995 to 2024. And it has various classes ranging from bare land, cropland, forest, grasslands, shrublands, surface water, and build-up areas. And from these maps, you can see that cropland, the land use that increased is cropland by 13%, bare land by 6%, and grassland by 9%. And the one that decreased is shrubland, forest, and build-up area. The observed changes from the interviews, you can see that what was observed is that Agricultural land increased by 49%, deforestation also increased by 45%, and the least is urban development by 6%. And the main drivers causing these changes is the main one was population growth by 82%, and the least was industrial activity by 0.3%. The current situation here in this catchment is that agricultural land and settlement is expanding while the natural vegetation is decreasing. Although deforestation, which was previously high, slows down because of conservation and reforestation efforts. We also see that agricultural land has increased by 49%, deforestation by 45%, urban development by 6%, and this is based on community reports. We can also see that water management policies are weak, and they are limiting enforcement of conservation regulations. And also, we have the existing water conservation programs are lacking adequate funding, and this is slowing the effort to protect the water sources. What is expected is that agricultural expansion is expected to continue. This is because of population growth and the food demands of the people. And even it might further lead to deforestation and reducing of the natural vegetation. And in the potential of this deforestation and reducing of the natural vegetation, it will reduce river flows and the groundwater recharge. The expected impacts of these changes is that we expect that the discharge of the river will reduce because of increased extraction for agriculture. And then another thing we expect is that there will be unpredictable water unavailability. Another thing we expect is that soil erosion will increase and sedimentation will also increase. Biodiversity will also be lost. And in conclusion, we can see that this subcatchment has undergone a major transformation. We can see that agricultural land and settlement have expanded, while the natural vegetation has decreased. So for better water management and conservation, which is important for sustainability, these are some of the recommendations. So people need to be more aware of how to use land and water responsibly. And this can be through education and even community campaigns, programs. Also, we can recommend enforcing strict regulation on deforestation, pollution, and unregulated water use. And this will help in preserving the environment. And lastly, more funding should be allocated for water conservation projects to support sustainable initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mercy. You have been very precise, very audible. And yes, you've given us your study. The audience here, I would like us to put our questions together. What is the criteria? Do we ask her a few questions, members? Yes. So can we take a round of questions? Anyone with a question? Mercy, I would want you to actually give us your recommendations into, some working recommendations. You are just saying, just go back to that slide of recommendations, please, Mercy. You are saying better water management, conservation are crucial for sustainability. Who is supposed to do that? People need to be more aware of how to use. A recommendation should have, you are directing it to somebody, and it has some timelines of implementation. I thought your recommendations are not sharp. So maybe you need to rework them out. Anyone with another question? Members? Okay, they will put together the questions and forward them to our rapporteur so that we capture them, and it forms part of the report that we will be given back to Mercy. Otherwise, thank you very much, Mercy, for the good presentation. Do we have the
Thank you, Ellen Operator.
Let's have the next presenter. Ken. Ken, can you hear us? Thank you, Ken Kamau.
Yes, I'm getting you. Yes.
Thank you. Your 10 minutes start ticking now. Please upload your work.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the host to allow me to present.
Okay. Are you okay now?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm okay.
Ken, we are just seeing you raising up the hand.
Yeah, I'm getting you. I'm okay. I'm ready.
Where is your presentation? You're okay sharing the screen?
Yes. I hope you can see my screen now.
We are waiting for your screen to come on. Okay, we can see it now. Go to the first slide, and your 10 minutes start ticking now. And Ken, just like Mercy, we don't expect you to read word to word, otherwise you'll not consume the 10 minutes. Okay, thank you. Take it on.
Thank you. The topic of the work that I'm going to present is anti-diabetic and antioxidant properties of Mundia Waitei, which is famously known as Mukomero root extract in streptozotocin-induced diabetic wheat rats. My name is Kennedy Kamau. Ciao. Now, on the background, on the background, I
Ken,
hope
we have lost you. Are you okay?
Yes, I'm okay. Tell that my screen is not moving.
Yeah, we can't see the screen moving. It's true.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening.
To save on time, pull it down and re-upload it.
All right. Yeah, we are there now. I hope you can see it's moving.
Can it move
The
now?
background?
Okay, it's moving on our side. Continue.
All right. Thank you. So according to WHO, World Health Organization, diabetes mellitus is actually a chronic metabolic disease, and this is normally characterized by elevated blood glucose levels. And the most common types of diabetes is type 1 diabetes mellitus, type 2 diabetes mellitus, and gestation diabetes. However, 90% of these cases are actually type 2 diabetes mellitus. And how type 2 diabetes mellitus normally come to develop is as a result of two things coming into play. One, you have the pancreatic beta cell dysfunction, which eventually leads to insulin production not in the required amount. And then we have insulin resistance, whereby the cells that are supposed to receive this insulin do not respond appropriately to the insulin. There is a strong correlation. There is a strong correlation in the pancreatic beta cells' accessibility to reactive oxygen species, whereby we see that they are actually prone to destruction by reactive oxygen species, and over time they become dysfunction, and eventually we have type 2 diabetes mellitus developing. Some of the risk factors associated with type 2 diabetes mellitus and its complications include: one, we have the non-modifiable ones. In this case, there's little we can do about these risk factors, and one is the DNA, your family history, your ethnicity background. There's little you can do about that. However, the good news is that DNA has little to do with the development of type 2 diabetes mellitus. On the other side, you have the modifiable ones. This one we have something you can do about, and include maybe things like unhealthy diet, low physical activity, and such and such. Some of the most common complications associated with diabetes mellitus can go either to the vessels of the blood and actually can also result in cancer. They have a correlation. On the look of the blood vessels, we have some common problems associated with that. One of it is neuropathy, whereby we have a case whereby the wounds are not healing. And then you can have a case of nephropathy, whereby you have kidney issues, we have the retinopathy, and to our realization, actually, diabetes is one of the leading cause of blindness. To note that diabetes is among the top 10 causes of death, and this being the case, the number is still on the rise, is still increasing, and the sad news is in the developing countries, more rise is expected, and this, of course, comes to Africa. Despite that being the case, we have some treatments being used to manage diabetes, not to treat per se, but to manage the diabetes. And some of these treatments have some issues, they have some side effects. Some of them have a high cost of treatment, and with time they have reduced efficacy. Therefore, we are trying to exploit and look for an alternative of managing or treating diabetes, and that's why MOIT, the Mkombero, is coming in. So our general objectives of this study were to investigate the antioxidant anti-diabetic property of MOIT. Of course, we used the rat. Specific objective, we did a qualitative phytochemical composition of MOIT crude root extract. After that, we did an in vitro antioxidant property. Then after that, we examined the effect of this crude root extract on fasting blood sugar and fasting body weight. Then eventually, we looked at the effect of this MOIT crude extract on serum liver and kidney function serum indices, its effect on lipid profile, liver peroxidation, and its in vivo antioxidant capacity. So methodology we collected, we prepared the crude extract using different solvents. After that, we did the analysis using the standard reagent. Then we did a phytochemical in vitro analysis by looking at the DPPH scavenging assay. This was the experimental design, whereby we used 30 number of rats, and out of the 30, we grouped them into 5, and each group had 6 rats. And we had 4 of them. 4 groups were diabetic, and one of them was normal control. And of course, in the 4 groups, one was diabetic control, and the 3 other were under different regimens of treatment. One was under the treatment of the high dose of the crude extract, the other one was under the treatment of low dose of the crude extract, and the other one was under the treatment of metformin. Metformin is a standard drug for management of diabetes. After that, on the 21st days, we sacrificed the animals, we collected the whole blood, and we used it for antioxidant enzyme analysis using FRAP assay, ferric reducing antioxidant power assay. For the serum, we used it for lipid profile analysis, kidney function test, and liver function test. Then we used the liver to look at the FRAP assay. At the same time, we used it to look at the lipid peroxidation assay. On the results and the discussion, on the first one, the phytochemical analysis, we found that MOIT actually had a vast number of phytochemicals, and the highest extract was seen in the methanol with the methanol solvent, followed closely by aqueous and then by hexane extract. Of course, we can attribute these to the different chemical properties of these solvent extracts. Its effect on in vitro antioxidant properties, we see that we used ascorbic acid as a standard control, whereby we see there was a concentration dependent increase in percentage of the DPPH radical that was covered. And even at 400 milligram concentration, there was no significant difference between the extract, especially the methanol and the ascorbic acid. Of course, we can attribute this to its vast phytochemical. Its effect on fasting blood sugar levels. So at baseline, all the animals had the normal range of sugar level. After that, we induced diabetes using STZ, whereby the diabetic group achieved a significant elevated blood sugar level compared to the normal group. Then we started the treatment, and for the 3 groups that were under treatment, the sugar levels were dropping, and a more pronounced drop was seen in the metformin, the standard drug, followed closely by the 400 milligram extract, and of course by the 200 milligram extract, whereby in the diabetic group, the sugar levels continued to rise. Therefore, we can see that MOIT was able to reduce the sugar level significantly, and of course we can attribute this to its phytochemicals, which were able to protect the pancreatic cells from further destruction by reactive oxygen species, and of course also to increase the sensitivity of insulin. Its effects on body weight, MOIT treatment and even the metformin did not have a significant impact on the body weights of the rats. Its effect on serum lipid profiles, different serum profile parameters were analyzed. We have triglycerides, total cholesterol, high density lipid cholesterol, the good cholesterol, and low density cholesterol, whereby for TGA, total cholesterol, and low density lipid cholesterol, the treatment led to a decrease in the levels of this cholesterol level, and a more pronounced decrease was seen in the higher dose. For high density lipid cholesterol, a more significant increase was seen in the 200 milligram dose. There was an increase in the 400 dose and also metformin, but the increase was not significant. Again, we can attribute this reduction to flavonoids and phenols, which have been known to inhibit the synthesis of this bad cholesterol and to enhance the synthesis of the good cholesterol. Its effects on the liver and kidney function serum indices, MOIT was able to reduce significantly GGT, AST, ALT, and ALP, and therefore this shows that actually it had hepatoprotection. It had the ability to protect the liver from further damage. However, it not decreased significantly the levels of urea and creatinine, therefore did not have any significant impact on kidney function. Then on its effect on in vivo antioxidant capacity, the treatment was able to enhance liver tissue and blood plasma capacity to reduce ferric ions, and a more significant increase was seen in the 400 milligram and also the metformin group. The same trend was observed in lipid peroxidation, whereby the treatment was able to protect the liver from damage by reactive oxygen species, and a more pronounced protection was seen in the 400 milligram dosage and the metformin group as well. So we can see that the liver protection ability of MOIT, and of course to enhance the in vivo antioxidant capacity, of course this we attribute it to its phytochemicals, which we saw, which are able to reduce the reactive oxygen species and protect the liver from damage. Conclusion, therefore we conclude that MOIT actually has a broad spectrum of phytochemicals. It has antioxidant potency, both in vivo and in vitro. It can protect the liver. It has anti-diabetic property. However, it did not have any significant effect on the fasting body weight and the kidney function. We therefore recommend it as used for an alternative herbal remedy for management of diabetes mellitus. We recommend the isolation and examination of specific bioactive compounds and their action. We also recommend an evaluation of other pharmacological activities of MOT, and of course, a long toxicity study is recommended. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. I know the members, the participants in the room must have enjoyed, though it has heavy terminologies, biological terminologies. If you have a background in biology, maybe you may have understood what Ken was talking about. So Ken, maybe you would have just concluded by, in a layman's language, is Mkombero efficient? Or just tell the participant in the room, in layman's language, that Mkombero vis-a-vis diabetes, what does it do? Then I would have equally been happy to see if this study extended to regions where this MWT is consumed, that population, and then you find out if they suffer diabetes. I don't know. Members in the room, anyone with something to add on? Thank you, Prof.
I don't see Dr. around. Thank you very much for your presentation. I saw you had several treatments, and if I take those ones to be independent variables, then I would have expected a clear analysis design, the ANOVA, the statistics, so that we see whether the variations were significant based on which statistics. Yes, these treatments are several, and how did you analyze the significance of the efficacy of each one of them? Thank you.
Okay, Ken, you've taken those questions. Any other? So quickly, give us some responses as we prepare for the next online presenter.
Thank you. Thank you. On the first one, in layman words, we can say that actually Mkombero has the ability to reduce fasting blood sugars, and therefore you can take a bite. There is that common stereotype is just known to improve aphrodisiac ability, but it can also improve the sugar levels by lowering them. Therefore, it's a good thing. You can take a bite. And thank you for that recommendation. It's something that I had thought about to check on the statistics of diabetes in the population that actually consume MHA. On the question of efficacy of the different dosages, we did a novel analysis to determine the significance, and we also did a t-test as well. And we did a comparison to see, and I've stated that in every result where there is significance, it's clearly stipulated.
All right, thank you. I'm sure if we read the entire text, it would address what Professor has said. So thank you very much, Ken. We are enlightened. We'll have a bite if we get an opportunity to get it. Maybe you should have also told us where to find it. Anne, are you ready? There is Anne. All right.
Yes, I'm ready.
Yes, Anne.
I am ready.
Yeah, put up your presentation, and then we will give you also 10 minutes. And you do like your predecessors have done. Do not read, just give us the real thing in your own words. Thank you.
Okay. Hope I'm audible.
Very audible. We are waiting for your screen
Okay.
to come. Just give us a few minutes. We can't see. Okay. Your screen is now here. Cairo Ann Modoni, 10 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. My paper presentation is on analysis of the, just a minute. Analysis of the development of Western education in Kiamuturi area, Madhio sub-county in a historical perspective. From the stipulated historical periodical year, 1970 to 2024. And my co-authors are Jaffred Muyaka and Margaret Kamara. As a brief introduction to this paper, we all know that education is part of national goals in Kenya. And most Africans, we have tended to embrace Western education, and there is tendency of course, of moving away from African indigenous education. However, these two influence each other in one way or the other. And Western education landed in Kenya after, it was facilitated by the construction of Kenya-Ugandan Railway, which opened the interior of Kenya. And then from there, we had different missionaries coming up, and different conferences like Protestant Missionary and Fresher Commission, encouraging the monopoly of missionary in education. From there was conversion of convents. We had the first teachers and missionary station being opened all over the country, so that Africans in that aspect could be educated. So in the statement of the problem, the study attempt to write a survey of historical nature of formal Western education in primary and secondary category in Kiamuturi in a post-independent era. And to achieve this goal, the following objectives were used or were set to be achieved. To assess the establishment of Western education and its impact on education in Madhioya, to examine the role of Africans in development of Western education, and to explore the challenges and opportunities of the development of Western education in Madhioya sub-county. This paper was supported by a theoretical framework, which is illustrated by ecological metaphor of Marcus Hightower, which he illustrates that solving educational problem requires finding a likely solution on which the best policy can be illustrated, so that it predicts, and if we show us changes or future changes in this aspect in educational programs or facilities. So the theory allows the dissemination of Western education in the stated area, which is Kiamuturi and Kenya at large. So this is painting a picture of how Western education has improved, or what are the challenges that it is facing. So the research design was historical, and a research paradigm that was interpretive to come up with a historical narrative about the stated subject. Then the targeted area was Kiamuturi area in Madhya. Then the targeted population were former teachers who went to former teachers, students, principal, former head teachers, former tutors, directors, community members who are associated with Kiamuturi and Madhya county at large. So the techniques that were used, I employed non-random sampling techniques, that is purposive and sampling techniques that were applied to select respondents for this study. I also used some questionnaires and oral interviews that were guided by interview schedules. This is in line with the objectives. Then in terms of the data collection, I used both primary data, which was the oral interviews, or in other times you can say oral tradition. Then there was interview schedules. And then the two were supplemented from data from the Kenya National Archives and libraries. The Murang'a Library has a lot of information about Western education in this area. Trustworthiness. This data was subjected to internal and external criticism that is in line with historical data. The data was then thematically coded, arranged into subtopics, then summarized in a manner that could provide answers for the objective intended. From there, it is when now conclusions and recommendations were drawn. Then the sources of data included oral interviews, and then they were blended with evidence, with photographs and materials from the institution.
We no longer hear you, Anne. I think she has network challenges.
Several visits were done to the Kenya National Archives. Then secondary sources from was also.
And we no longer hear you.
Then in terms of that.
Okay, she has disappeared. Who else do we have online?
There's me, Gladys.
Sylvia.
Yes, I am in.
I think Sylvia is though if Anne comes, we'll give her 2 minutes to clear her presentation. So do we have Sylvia?
Nancy is the answer.
Yes.
And Nancy?
We'll all give you an opportunity. Let's go one at a time.
Kindly allow me to present, to share my slides. Okay, thank you.
Sylvia?
Yes?
I understand you have two.
Yes, I have two presentations.
We only give you space for one. So you'll only present one. So give us that in 10 minutes, Sylvia.
Okay.
Start now.
Okay, I hope you can all see my slides.
Yes, Sylvia. Continue.
Thank you very much. I'm presenting about multi-drug resistant bacteria in Nile tilapia value chain in Lake Victoria. My co-authors are Dr. Salina Rono, Dr. Chemoyo, and Ezra Kirarei. And aquaculture has been known to promote food security, generation of employment, and improving livelihoods. And among the aquaculture caged fish is Nile tilapia, that is Oreochromis niloticus. That has been largely known to be farmed in Lake Victoria. And antimicrobial resistance has been a global threat as categorized by World Health Organization, and it is a growing menace. So fish is considered to be a very important commodity because of its nutritional and economic value. Therefore, understanding the public health risks associated with fish is of importance, and as well as antimicrobial resistance that has been found to be rampant among the bacteria. So the objective of the study was to characterize the microbial contaminants in Nile tilapia value chain and the antimicrobial resistance profiles. The development of antimicrobial resistance has been recorded, and it has begun because of misuse and overuse of antimicrobial drugs. And since the development of antimicrobial resistance, but the bacteria has developed resistance, and this therefore means it cannot be eliminated by the essential drugs that are used to treat the various bacteria, and it is silently growing to be a silent pandemic in the future. The risk associated with antibiotic use has led to deaths occurring to as many as 1.9 million persons per year, and for the forecasting has forecasted like 10 million deaths will occur by 2050. And when we look at multi-drug resistance basically means that when someone is infected with a certain bacteria and some drugs are used, mainly antibiotics, it means these antibiotics are rendered ineffective because the bacteria have developed resistance. And when the bacteria is resistant to one or more antimicrobials, it leads to multi-drug resistance. How do bacteria acquire resistance? They basically acquire through mutations and horizontal gene transfer from the other bacteria that harbors the resistance genes, and spread of the resistant bacteria in aquaculture has been a growing problem, and therefore we sought to look at these resistant bacteria in the fish value chain, that is from source to the consumer level. In the aquaculture environment is mainly used, the antibiotics are mainly used, and these antimicrobials are found in water, feed. Contamination is also transmitted through farm practices and during harvesting. Handling and processing also leads to contamination, retail and consumption, as you can see in the attached photos, whereby these are various sources of contamination. The study area is Usenge Beach in Siaya and Eldoret town, that's the wholesale and retail markets. The bacteria isolated were E. coli, Shigella, Salmonella, and Staph aureus. That is from 73 samples. And the isolated bacteria were 86. Antibiotic sensitivity testing was done using Kabibawa discs diffusion method by measuring the inhibition zones in millimeters and classified as either resistant, intermediate, or susceptible as per the Clinical Laboratory Standards Institute of 2023. So bacteria that were resistant to 3 or more antibiotics were classified as multi-drug resistance. These are the antibiotics that were used for both the gram-positive and gram-negative. Among the isolates that were found, the positive isolates in total were 179. E. coli represented a total of 27%. And S. aureus represented 24%, Salmonella 25.7%, Shigella 22.35%. Among the multi-drug resistant bacteria that were obtained, represented 75.58%, which is an alarming rate. Only 1% were sensitive to the antibiotics, which meant that only 1% of these bacteria were able to be eliminated by the antibiotics. So the prevalence of the multi-drug resistant bacteria represented a 61.3 contamination rate. So as I had mentioned, Salmonella, E. coli, Shigella, and Staph aureus were obtained. And from these findings, you find that there was high resistance to vancomycin, oxacillin, and erythromycin antibiotics. And the multi-drug resistance were at 75.8%. So among the isolates, 86.36% exhibited multi-drug resistance, as I had earlier stated. And only Staph aureus was sensitive, that is representing a 1.2%. This indicated a significant contamination from these multi-drug resistant bacteria. So the isolated multi-drug resistance was highly resistant to oxacillin, vancomycin, and chloramphenicol, which shows the highest resistance, and the least resistance was at 9%, which is chloramphenicol. Isolates from wholesale and retail outlets showed the highest resistance patterns as compared to the samples obtained from the other areas in the value chain. Isolates from the lake showed the least resistant rates. So the mitigation measures that can be employed to reduce this is carrying out education and antimicrobial resistance awareness. Policy and regulatory interventions also need to be considered so that it can help mitigate these measures. There needs to be incentives for novel antibiotic strategies that are able to eliminate multi-drug resistant bacteria. Also, monitoring and surveillance is key in preventing AMR, or rather antimicrobial resistant patterns. So addressing multi-drug resistant bacteria is very crucial in food safety, and employing a One Health approach and several collaborations will also help, since One Health is an incorporation of the human environment, the environment, as well as the other animals. Policy enforcement and responsible antibiotic use needs to be championed so that it becomes one of the solutions to eliminate multi-drug resistant bacteria. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much for that beautiful presentation. But I'm so scared to eat fish now. You have said multi-drug resistant at 78.6%. Oh my. I don't know if the audience were following that. Equally, your recommendations are not sharp because you are not saying, just look at your recommendations. One Health approach and collaborations. Who is this One Health approach and collaborations? Addressing multi-drug resistant bacteria is crucial for food safety. Who is supposed to do to address the MDR? Please take care of me because I love fish. So you want to address the MDR? Now, does it mean does this study try to say there are no drugs on the market to now sort this bacteria? I don't know. Members?
Yeah.
Can we have a few questions? Who has a few questions to raise? But she's talking about bacterial resistance to drugs and the fish we consume. I don't know if you followed that, but yeah, Professor.
Thank you for your presentation. I have two concerns. One, the procedure for identification of the antibiotic-resistant bacteria. It was clear the first screening, but it was not clear how you do the second up to the third resistance. That's number one. The novel strategy for handling that problem, I wish you can expound, because just saying novel is not enough. Could there be something more? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. So how we got the resistance is basically using Mueller-Hinton media, and then using the agar, and then that has the bacteria, and then the antibiotic discs are put. So basically this disc has several antibiotics, and then the resistance is rated based on the clearing zone. You notice some of them have no clearing at all. This basically shows that they are very resistant to this kind of antibiotic. This one that has some clearing is kind of sensitive, but based on the guidelines of the CLSI is where you are guided whether it's resistant, intermediate, or sensitive. The novel antibiotic strategies, the current antibiotics on the market have become slowly inefficient in treating these bacteria, and therefore the novel antibiotic strategies I'm talking about is maybe having a combination of drugs, or developing a drug that can be able to tackle these bacteria, maybe targeting other areas of the bacteria that can be able to kill it other than the ones that are available in the market. Other novel strategies can also be using inventions like phage therapy for treatment other than bacteria and antibacterials. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I was following keenly and say that these bacteria or the antibiotics which are too resistant is putting a large population at risk. If we try to analyze if they're resistant, that percentage is quite higher. The 79 is quite higher. So, and under your mitigation, you say that you are doing the education and AMR awareness. So, which body or which organization can create this awareness to enlighten people on how to deal with these anti-resistant antibiotics on these bacteria? Because we can see, for example, those people in Kisumu or here in Eldoret in Kisumu Ndogo, most of them consume the tilapia. And if this tilapia is one of foods that most people consume, it means most of the people will be under risk in getting this bacteria which has drug resistance. So which are some of the ways that we are organizations which can be put more effort to spread this awareness? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Outputs of research like this will be able to inform policy, and at the end, maybe the government can take up an active approach in carrying out education and antimicrobial resistance awareness. And basically, awareness starts from me and you. First, by using antimicrobial drugs in a correct way. Secondly, using antimicrobial drugs for for bacterial infections. And thirdly, employing hygiene strategies like hand washing, washing food adequately before cooking, and I hope that will help.
I hope your study must have found out if that deep frying in hot fat is part of the, at the market. The fish eaters have increased. I think you want to agree
Yes.
with that with me. So
Yes.
I hope deep frying it is making the population a bit safe to consume that kind of tilapia. Thank you very
Yes,
much.
Doc. Deep frying really helps, but again, if it is correctly in handled, if correctly and handled during baby cell, we'll be able to introduce more pathogens again. So hygiene practices will really help.
Thank you very much for enlightening us. Now, the next 10 minutes, we want to give it to Sharon because the other team is online. And Sharon, we would want to give you precisely 10 minutes. Just take your 10 minutes, know how to manage that time, right?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Then online, we will, after Sharon, we'll be having Gladys. So Gladys, get ready so that immediately after she finishes, we have Gladys. Thank you. Take it on.
Thank you. On behalf of the great team from Congo, allow me to present to you our research. Is caged tilapia fish farming in Lake Kivu a threat to the quality of its waters and benthic macroinvertebrates community? This is evidence from field data. On our introduction, we're asking, what about cage farming? Cage farming is currently an expanding activity, and more cages have now been in lakes. Talking of the African Great Lakes, for instance, and we are having Lake Victoria, Albert, and Kyoga, and the numbers are really going up. Currently, for 2019, we are having 12,228 ponds. And checking on the numbers, in 2006, we had only 9 farms, and in 2019, we had 263 farms. And estimated number of cages, in 2006, we had 187, and in 2019, we were having 20,114 cages in all the lakes and river systems in Africa. Cages have been used, and they have both beneficial and harmful effects. For the benefits, cages are helping us to have more fish for the consumers. That is the growing population in Africa. But on the other side, cages are becoming harmful because whatever is being taken to the fish, when they are not eating the fish, is going back into the water system. Hence, it's affecting our waters negatively. Most studies have been done in different lakes, especially in the African Great Lakes. And the existing studies, for instance, in Lake Victoria, there are a lot of studies, and almost all the studies from Musa, Nyakea, are proving that cages are negatively affecting the lake. And checking on Lake Kivu, only 2 studies have been done, and this one motivated us to do this study to know, will there be an effect of cages in the lake like it has been in other lakes in the African Great Region? Our major objective was to assess the effects of tilapia fish cage aquaculture activities on water quality and macroinvertebrates communities, being upheld with 3 specific objectives, majorly to check the physicochemical water quality parameters, to evaluate the impacts of tilapia cage aquaculture on diversity and abundance of macroinvertebrate communities. And our third objective was just to check the relationship between physicochemical parameters and the macroinvertebrates. Our study area is in Lake Kivu. Lake Kivu is a lake shared between Rwanda and Congo, DRC.
And we had 3 sites in the southern zone of the lake. In the Bukavu region, we had 3 bays. First, the Nendere station had cages. The Honga station had cages, but we had a control which was called Nyofu, which had no cages. For methodology on water quality, we had different methods, but our very first was to check the depth and then to take the coordinates. And we used the Van Dom bottle sampler to take the water for measurement, both in the lab and in the field. And the samples were then transported immediately to the lab for other nutrient analysis. For the macroinvertebrates, because we're doing them in the lake, we're using an Ekman phonograph to capture the sediments. We were sorting the samples in the lab at an institution called Institute Superior de Pedagogy, and their lab called UERA, and identification and capture of photos for the macroinvertebrates happened in the lab. We had different data analysis for each objective, and before any analysis, the data was checked for normality and homozygosity as statistics ascertains. On our results, for the spatial analysis, only 4 parameters in the water quality and physicochemical parameters had significant difference among the stations. For instance, checking on turbidity, turbidity was lowest at Nyofu, which was the control station, which is normal, because in the cage stations, the fish are being given food, and the feed comes in different forms, pellets and powder form. So we expect, because the fish are getting the feed and also the fish are producing waste, the waste affects the turbidity of the water, because the feed, for instance, remains floating in the water, and checking the turbidity, we found that the turbidity was high. And dissolved oxygen was also high in the control than the cage station, because when fish are given the food, they eat some and some get wasted into the water. They produce waste, and the waste get into the water. Decomposition from the sediment starts, and now the oxygen gets affected. On the seasonal variability, the 5 parameters had significant difference also. For instance, talk of dissolved oxygen. Dissolved oxygen was high in the wet season and low in the dry season. And this has been checked with studies also in Lake Victoria, and another study in Lake Kivu by Heki proved that during the wet season, there is upwelling in the lake, so the upper surface of the water tends to have more oxygen than in the lower part, which happens mostly in the wet season. And for our objective on macroinvertebrates, we were lucky to get 3,938 macroinvertebrates belonging in 3 phyla. And this one is in line with studies with previous studies by Verbeek, studies by Hiangia, who also found the same groups, the same phylum in the lake. And in all the stations, we found less sensitive taxas, and we found a proliferation of chironomids, and which are dipterans, gastropods, and those are some of the images we took. And the leading communities were odonatas, dipterans, and gastropods. They were found in both the stations, the control and the stations which had cages. And this was clear, and this was a clear indication that despite the cages being in the lake, in the 2 stations, they have not really affected the distribution of macroinvertebrates, and none of the macroinvertebrates communities that were found earlier have drifted away from the stations. And on the seasonality, still we are having the dipterans and gastropods and odonatas, which were also the leading, the dominating ones. And this one is also telling us that the season is not really affecting them. And mostly the dipterans are normally less sensitive. So we know that any changes will less affect their distribution. We went ahead and did some non-metric dimensional scaling, and it showed some differences in the stations. especially the Ndendere and Honga were together, which were the cage stations. And for the seasons, we didn't have a lot of variation because all the seasons show some overlap. And we went ahead and confirmed these with our Pamanova. And checking on the p-values for the station, it showed that there was a significant difference in the macroinvertebrates communities in the stations, unlike the seasons, which showed no significant difference in the seasons between the wet and the dry. We also went ahead and did anosim analysis just to also prove the Pamanova. And we found out that in the season, there was no significant difference, but the station still showed some significant difference in the analysis of the similarities. And for our SIMPA showed that the three major groups, that is Gabiela, Lanises, and Chironomus, were the main macroinvertebrate genus that were bringing about the similarities between the three stations. Checking on the relationship between macroinvertebrates and the water quality, we found that most of the water quality variables affected all the macroinvertebrates in the different stations, but pH, DO, and water pressure really had an effect on the macroinvertebrate assemblages. In the wet season, we found out that water transparency, temperature, electrical conductivity, DO, and pressure, and nitrite had a significant role in the taxa distribution. From the whole study, we concluded that the presence of cages in the lake has not yet deteriorated the water quality, or say the physicochemical parameters in the lake, and also macroinvertebrate communities have not shown any drift because of the presence of the cages. And we recommended that for Lake Kivu, more cages can therefore be installed in the lake, but permanent monitoring on both the water quality and macrozoobenthi communities, not to forget the other biological communities like phytoplankton and zooplankton, should be done so that as more cages are being placed in the lake, the carrying capacity of the lake should not be surpassed. And thank you for your presentation. And that is it.
Thank you, Sharon. That's a very, very nice study, that we can now still populate the cages in that Lake Kivu. Thank you very much. I know the participants, you could be having questions. I'm requesting you to forward the questions to our rapporteur. Then we can give it to Sharon and company so that Sharon et al. Can improve on the paper. But you can all agree with me that the study is very clear and it is very, very important, because food security requires that we put more cages in the lake so that we can feed the ever-increasing population. Thank you very much. We can clap for Sharon now that she's physically here. Thank you very much. Members, we have come to lunchtime, and all of you have been given a voucher to eat lunch. We'll ask the presenters who are online to hold on for around 45 minutes. Then we'll come back and we'll continue. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Let me share.
Yeah, we are waiting for your slides so that we listen to you.
Is it visible?
Not yet. Just give us a few minutes. Yeah, we are there. Gladys
Okay.
Chepko H. Gladys Chepko H. All right.
Okay.
one extra thing I would want our online presenters, we would also want to see your face. Just put on your webcam so that we see you also. And then your 10 minutes starts now. Gladys?
Just a minute.
Okay.
So I'm Gladys Jepkoech and I'm presenting to you my topic on spatio-temporal changes in land use and land cover in Kipkunun Forest and its adjacent landscapes, Elgeyo Marakwet, Kenya. So in the introduction, as most of us know, forests are important ecosystems and they contain growth of trees, plants, and other vegetation. And they are of more importance. Some of the importance is that they regulate climate, they act as watersheds, they are also a home to plants and animals. So there are many factors that cause change in this forest, and one of them is land use, land cover changes. And according to Kissinger, there are two types of forces that cause forest degradation, which is direct and the indirect causes. The direct causes example are the human activities, while indirect include political and socioeconomic factors such as poor leadership. So as you know, the population is increasing from time to time, and in 2020, the world population was about 7.8 billion and is expected to reach 8.6 billion by 2030 and 9.8 billion by 2050. So this forest will be turned to, because of the increasing population, the forests are anticipated to be changed and converted to agricultural land. So according to recent projections, Kenya, our forest cover is at 8.83%, which is still less than the desired 10%. So my study seeks to study and assess the trends in land use and land cover in Kipkunur Forest and adjacent landscapes. So the statement of the problem is Kipkunur Forest is a crucial biological zone and is part of the Cherangani Water Tower, which is a vital water catchment area in Kenya. So despite its importance, the forest, it had forest cover of 37.6, that is in Elgeyo Marakwet, but as at now it stands at 29.95, which despite existing studies, there's lack of enough studies that systematically assess the trends in land use and land cover changes over time. So my objective is to assess spatio-temporal changes in land use and land cover between the years 1995 to 2024. The scope of the study is that my study covered Kipkunur Forest and adjacent landscapes within a 5-kilometer buffer. So the 5-kilometer buffer was used because of recent studies that human activities within this buffer, such as agriculture, affect the forest. So my methodology is that my study area is Kipkunur Forest, and it includes a 5-kilometer buffer to cover the adjacent landscape. This Kipkunur Forest is bordered by Cherangani Hills to the east, Trans Nzoia County to the west, and West Pokot County to the north. That's my study area. The climate of this area is that it has two seasons, which are the short and the long rains. The vegetation is that the forest has some trees such as the native podo, Kappas, Juniperias, and Olea tree species. The soil here is fertile soils and it's rich in volcanic parent rock. So in the data collection of this objective, the data type is that it is satellite imagery from remote sensing, which is which was sourced from the USGS, particularly the Landsat platform. And also I used questionnaires and key informant interviews. The data analysis is that I used ArcGIS 10.8 version, and the results were presented in graphs and in maps. So on some of the results of the household survey, we have 50.60 respondents who reported the presence, that there is no beacon between their farms and the forest. And then most of the respondents source their firewood for cooking from this Kipkunur forest, and we have most of them sourcing it like, okay, sorry. Most of the respondents use firewood as a source of cooking, and this firewood, they source it from, most of them source it from Kipkunur forest. Then in the respondents' woodlots, where they plant their trees at home, we have, most of them have less than 50 trees. So these are my land use land cover change map from 1995 to 2024. And as you can see, in 1995, the forest was still dark green. And as we move to 2024, which occurs mostly on the edges of the forest, where in this 5-kilometer buffer, there are these human activities such as agriculture, built up areas like urbanization, which cause the change in forest. So in this table, it shows how the classes have been changing, the land use land cover classes. And in this table, you can see there is increase in cropland, bare land, and the forest is decreasing over time. So in my discussion is that in 1995, the forest covered 30,053,000 hectares, but in 2004, this decreased to 18,000 due to agricultural expansion and logging. And then in 2014, there was a slight increase, and this could be due to the reforestation initiatives and stricter conservation policies. So in the household survey, some of the results was that the tree planting is low in the respondents' woodlots, with 80.6 of the respondents owing fewer than 50 trees, which suggests that there is high reliance on Kipkunur forest. Then also 50.6 respondents reported that there is a lack of the clear forest boundary in terms of the beacon. And then the data also showed that there is high dependence on Kipkunur forest for fuel, with 99.5 using the firewood for cooking, and they source it, and 97.6 sourcing it from Kipkunur forest. So in comparing it with other studies, such as Mutai, and highlighted adverse effects of shrinking land sizes on agricultural productivity. Also, Njenga pointed out the slow adoption of commercial agriculture. So my findings in Kipkunur forests and adjacent landscapes align with broader research on land use changes in rural and forested areas. So in conclusion, based on the findings, over the past 3 decades, there is significant change in land use and land cover in Kipkunur forest due to agricultural expansion, settlement growth along the edges. However, the strict conservation efforts have contributed to forest cover recovery, but despite these efforts, there is continued dependence on Kipkunur forest for essential resources such as firewood, building materials, and grazing land, which remains a threat to its sustainability. So based on the findings, we have these recommendations that the government should implement sustainable land use planning, policies to regulate agricultural expansion and settlement near Kipkunur forest. Also, they should, through the KWS, they should strengthen existing conservation programs and expand community-based reforestation initiatives. Also, more education to promote alternative energy uses such as the solar and the biogas. I think that's the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Gladys. Thank you very much. Members, you can all agree with me that this study is it's applicable now. I don't know if you have mentioned about the presidential directive of tree planting. You remember? It's all
yes.
It's all it's all efforts to increase the green cover throughout the country. How much of that was done in Kipkunur? Then secondly, there's a lot of logging for firewood, logging for, which you have highlighted in the study, but I have not seen it in your recommendations. What can be done about it? Members, is there anyone who with one question? Professor? Dr. Bornes?
Thank you, Gladys, for your clear presentation. I saw in your recommendation, your recommendation is related to, no, first of all, you are talking about land use and land cover. Land use and land cover. Why are you stroking land use and land cover? Then secondly, all your recommendation is towards activities, man activities in terms of encroachment of the forest. And yet in your title, you are talking about impact of climate change. Did you have anything to say as far as an independent variable climate change?
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I respond?
Yes.
Oh, on my abstract, I have only presented on one objective, but in my thesis, I have 4 objectives.
Okay, continue.
Yeah. And then on reforestation and afforestation, about the initiative of planting 15 billion trees by 2032. There is in Kipkunur Forest, there is ongoing reforestation programs. As we all know, climate change is posing challenges. Then on logging, I have highlighted it in my, it's just that I didn't put it here, but I have it in my thesis.
Okay, thank you. Professor?
Yeah. I'm sorry, we have another presentation. Let me try.
I would like to make an observation, and maybe you can also address yourself to it, but well done, you have presented well. Now, forest recovered between 2019 and 2024.
So this is good.
As a researcher, I thought you could add your voice or identify a situation where in the world diversity and all vegetation recovered because of the COVID, which was around that period. What is your comment on that? Gladys, what is your comment? Gladys, can you unmute, please? You are muted.
Dr. Prof, I'm saying you repeat your question.
Yeah, I said you, in your findings, forest recovered between 2019 and 2024. And you know 2019, 2020, and even part of 2021, we were in the middle of the COVID. I didn't hear you raise an issue with regard to COVID. What would have been the impact in relation to the forest recovery?
That one I didn't. Maybe I'll consider that.
Okay. Our next presenter. Thank you very much, Gladys. You clap for yourself where you are. Can I hear you clap for yourself? Clap for yourself. Thank you very much. Thank you for that presentation. I know this study is going to inform the policy makers. And indeed, there is a lot of trees being logged because of unreasonable reasons. And this is the whole story about climate change. And I don't know, you have not tied it with climate change. Thank you very much. Maximila, please respond. Maximila?
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair.
Okay. We would want to see your presentation and then try uploading. Equally, just give us the highlights. The list for online presenters is very long. If you can save 10 minutes and use 8 minutes, it will be better. Oh yeah, I can see your presentation. Maximila Gishana, Endos Wambu, Zibora Nyambu, and yeah, 10 minutes. Start.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maximila Gishana, and I'm delighted to be here today to present my findings from my research, which is the comparative study of water quality parameters in ground and surface water systems of southeastern Turkana. Well, we all know that water is life, but imagine depending on a water source without knowing if it's safe to drink. This is a reality for many communities in the arid and semi-arid areas like the Turkana region. Therefore, we can go, here we have like factors which determine the water safety. Mainly we have the background geology of the area, whereby we see that it plays a crucial role in terms of maybe the fluoride levels in their water. And then we see that for these purposes, we have to do this test for the water quality monitoring, which enables us to understand the condition in terms of trend and also to be able to manage the water resources. Hereby, I have said that I'm going to indulge more to look at the difference between the surface and the water and groundwater systems. Under methodology, I'm going to look, majorly I'm going to dive more into the southeastern Turkana with the coordinates that I've been able to provide there. For the site selection, there are going to be multiple locations based, looking into consideration the ground and the surface sources. Basically for the surface water, we are going to dig deep into the rivers, and for the ground, we are going to look onto the wells and the boreholes, and this criteria will be based on the accessibility of these sources to humans and even to livestock, and even the depth of the water table. For the sampling frequency, it is captured under the seasonal variation, whereby we are going to look into the wet and the dry seasons in the Turkana regions. Now, these are the number of samples that I'm going to that I found. Majorly, I have like 8 locations in the southeastern Turkana, and here I have the boreholes, the shallow wells, the spring, the water pumps, the swamp, and the hand pumps. to the procedure that was used to collect the data. We have that water samples were collected from the various sources of water. And also the GIS was used to map the various parts of the southeastern Turkana, whereby the sampling points were stratified with the water, the source type, and the human activity. And for the surface water, we were able to collect from a depth of 50 to 30 centimeters in a sterilized bottle. Now, under the field observation, during this collection, we made sure that I was able to make sure that I see maybe to take note of the land use or the water usage or even the human activities that may have an impact on the water quality. And also under the human activities, we looked also the agricultural runoff, the wastewater discharge, or even the industrial effluents.
Max Miller? Hello?
Sorry.
What happens? Max Miller, are you there?
Sorry, my slides are not moving.
Slides are not moving. Is that what you're saying? Pull them down and re-upload to save on time. End the slideshow and re-upload and move very fast. Max Miller?
Yes, Chair, I'm doing that.
If you are not responding, I move to the next person.
Sorry, Chair.
I said pull down and re-upload. It makes sense. Are they now moving? Stop sharing. And now re-upload. And move them now. Yes.
Yes, okay. For I had the selected physiochemical parameters, which majorly were the pH, the temperature, the electrical conductivity, the total dissolved solids, and to mark it all the fluoride levels. Under data analysis, I was able to do the mean standard deviation, the ranges, the t-test ANOVA for the different groups, which is based here from the tabulated results, whereby I have the spatial trends, that is the tabulated results for the spatial trends in the physiochemical, whereby we can see the pH for the different locations, the electrical conductivity, the TDS, and to the last part here we have for the fluorides. We can see that for the pH, it ranged from a range of 4.6 to 6.1, which you can determine that as being acidic. And then for the electrical conductivity, it ranged from 200 to around 1,600, which you can say that that is highly, it has high level of dissolved metals in it. And then we have for the total dissolved solids, which it ranged from a range of 283 to around 1,278. And then for the fluorides, it ranged from 0.1 to around 1.6.
Here we have the trend. Now this one, we are categorizing it in terms of the different sources of water, whereby you have for the springs, the hand pump, the borehole, the swamp, the shallow wells, and even for the water pans, giving also a different mean, okay, the same mean from 4.8 to 6, moving to the farthest, that is the fluorides, the same from 0.5 to, of 3.5. Here we have the average in terms of range, the average, the standard deviation, the t-test, and the ANOVA test for the fluorides. This is in terms of the location, whereby we can see that we can single out the ones that are having a high range. In this manner, we have Lokwasani, which had a range of pH that is from 2 to 4.5. And then the standard deviation, it had quite a high standard, that is 1.41. And then for the fluorides, we can see that the ones that were standing out for the area, that was for the Lokichar and the Katilia area. This is in terms of this water source. Therefore, in conclusion, we can conclude that it has some of the regions had a high acidity in water. Therefore, we can say that high pH tends to affect the taste of water and even tend to affect maybe in corrosion of the pipes that are transporting the water. And then for the electrical conductivity and the total dissolved solids, it ranged significantly. And in this manner, pointing out to the area that stood out, that is the Lokori and the Lokichar area, that had a high exceeding of 1,000 microsiemens per centimeters, which indicated that they were highly saline. And then to the fluorides, it ranged from 0.05 to 5.57 milligram per liter, with 35.9% of the sample sources had exceeded the World Health Organization recommended limit, that is of the 1.5 milligram. Therefore, we can say that this will tend to pose a risk of dental and skeletal fluorosis. Therefore, to the recommendation, we can recommend the aligning of intervention with the WHO and the National Water Quality Standard. And the second one, we can also recommend on enhancing community access to water safe treatment methods. Thank you for your audience.
So you are done. Thank you so much, Max Miller. Now, if you are speaking to the residents of Lokichar and Lokori, what would you tell them?
Yes.
What would you tell them that in a snapshot, what would you tell them that the study found out? Max Miller?
I can tell them that the study, based on the results, we can say that in their area, they will tend to have the effect of dental fluorosis. Maybe they can be wondering why they are having like the brown teeth. I can explain to them that is maybe, that is due to the high fluoride levels in their water in their region.
Thank you. And what would you, what remedy would you tell them to take?
I can give the recommendation for them. I can ask them maybe to use like the solar disinfection method, or even for them to be able to remove the fluoride, they can use the activated alumina filtration to be able to filter the fluorides from their waters.
Maybe in future, you can look for a more practical method. Remember that this is a rural, Lokichar is rural. And you are telling them things that they may not reach to them. Then on your like slide 14, 15, 16, you showed us a lot of data that I think if you are showing us a table, like, can you just show us slide 15? Slide 15. Yes. You see, like when you're interpreting that for us, just give us one outstanding, what would you want the audience to learn from that table? And maybe for a presentation like this, you would have just highlighted what you would have wanted the audience here to get from that table. Otherwise, it was a good presentation. Thank you very much. Professor, he's here. Please listen to this question.
How are you?
I'm good, Prof.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Now, you had several wells, boreholes, but you did not tell us that there were how many and how you selected those that you studied, what population size. You did not highlight on that. Because if you just say wells, did you carry out in the whole county or a specific area? And how many were they in total, and how many did you select for study using what criteria? Secondly, you collected water samples, and for fluoride, you did not tell us which method, procedure you used to analyze fluoride. So kindly respond to those two.
Thank you, Prof. Beginning with the fluoride analysis, I used basically now you can see that there is advancement. So I was able to use the fluorimeter to be able to obtain the data on the fluoride results. And then for the criteria of the collection, I did my study. Basically, I didn't do like the whole of Turkana, but I was able to do the southeastern part of the Turkana region. Therefore, in the southeastern Turkana, I was able to locate the 8 different locations that are listed here. And from there, I was able to see, like to be able to see how many, maybe for example, of the boreholes that the residents are able to access in their daily usage, or even whereby the livestock are obtaining their water.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that good presentation. So Max Miller, you've done well. You can clap for yourself where you are. Clap for yourself. Thank you. Our next presenter is Karani. Karani, are you online? Okay. Secretariat, who is ready? Karani, are you speaking to us?
Hello everyone, I'm Karani Sami. I'm online.
Are you presenting?
Yes, yes.
All right. Are you the gentleman who was here?
Yes, I'm the one.
Okay, take 10 minutes, Karani. And then, like your other presenters, we expect you not to read to us, give us the key highlights of your study, and we'll appreciate.
Okay.
10 minutes start
I
now.
hope. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sami Karani from School of Mathematics and Computer Science from the University of Eldoret. I'm doing research on operator equivalences and almost similarity of operators in Hilbert spaces, and that is pure mathematics. My other authors is we have Dr. Muhati, Dr. Kiangi, and Professor Jairus Karakai from University of Eldoret, from Nairobi University, sorry. On my area of study, I'm concerned on the metric equivalences and almost similarity, which are the key areas of study currently by pure mathematicians. And this one characterizes the spectrum, the numerical range, and the norm of operators in terms of their classification. And the almost similarity and metric equivalence are just among other equivalences, but I concentrate on these two because it relates on my area of study. And now on this paper here, I'm concentrating on the supraposinomals and alpha supraposinomal operators with respect to isometry and coisometry properties. And I have some definitions which is essential in terms of characterizing operators. And our first one is on supraposinormal. And an operator, you can, using letters, we are representing operator using letters, like now A being an operator in BH means Banach, Hilbert-Banach algebra with bounded linear spaces. So that there exists some positive operator P and Q such that they are being combined by this equation here, that is A Q A star equal to A star PQ, where this A star stands for the adjoint of the operator. In this case, we are dealing with matrices. Is an example of an operator we are using on this one. Our second one is on alpha supraposinormal, defined by the equation there, that is A alpha Q A star A alpha star BA. That is A is the A star is just the adjoint, alpha is a positive number or just an integer. sorry. The third one is isometry. Isometry, we are defining when you multiply an adjoint with the same operator, it gives you an identity. Those are isometries. Partial isometry is the one we have T star T equal to T, that defines an isometric class of operators. Then we have similarity. Similarity is the one we are using when we have an invertible operator. When we say invertible, we are talking of an operator which has an inverse. So we have this where S is equal to N inverse T N. N inverse means the inverse of that given operator. The method, this study on operators is significant because it helps us in conditions under which properties yields equality of the spectrum. That is when we say some operators gives us the same result. And we also use these operators in graph theory and coding. And that is basically the operations of passwords in this real world at the moment. The method I'm using is the one on calculation technique in ohms. Property of inner product comparison will be used in my study. For this paper, I have two theorems. The first one is on that if let ST in pH, besides that T is alpha supraposinormal, and A that T is defined equal to U as U star, where U is an isometry, and the second one is where we have U equal to isometry. So I'm using the same property of supraposinormal to prove the two conditions of isometry and coisometry. So for the first one, from the definition of alpha supraposinormal, we have this question one. Of course, we have P and Q are just interrupted, those are positive integers. And we already have, just a minute. We are using the same equation one, and equation 2, so that you are using the same to operate on the defining the adjoint of T, and that is how we operate the adjoint to give us the U, S star, U star. And then alpha is the one you're talking of. Now, if we do the T repeatedly many times as possible, alpha times, then it will give us this. And I'm using that property now on our equation 1, which gives us the second equation. And that is on the left-hand side of equation 1. And then on the right-hand side, we are using the same property, which yields us equation 3. So from 1 and 2, from 2 and 3, we 2 and 3, it will give us now the equation 4. Now, when we say post-multiplying and pre-multiplying, means we are multiplying with U star on from the left-hand side, and post-multiplying means we multiply on the right-hand side of the equation. And with the properties of isometries, we have the U star U being equal to an identity. Identity in math is I, and that takes us to showing that the equation 5 there shows that actually that this S is actually an alpha suprapolynomial. So I'm doing the same again with co-isometry. We are using the same, the equation 1, and then from the definition of T given by this, that the detected T star is the adjoint, which will give us the other equation you can see there. And then for alpha again, it will just give us the alpha times will give us this, the equation shown there. And then now from the left-hand side of equation 1, it will take us to equation 2. Then the right-hand side gives us equation 3. And then now combining 3 and 2, it gives us the equation 4. Again, pre-multiplying and post-multiplying with U and U star respectively, it gives us equation 5. But now the U, Q, U star and U, P, U star are just interrupters. They are just setting them to be a number which should give us be a positive. So if that is the case, then it will actually show us that S is indeed also a suprapolynomial. Our second theorem is on two operators, A and B, such that A and B are metrically equivalent, and A is suprapolynomial operator, then B is also suprapolynomial. So we are using the concept of metric equivalence to justify that if two operators are actually metrically equivalent, and one of them being a suprapolynomial, then so is the other. So on the proof, we let A equal to VB, where V is an isometry. And since B is metrically equivalent, we have this property here. This is the property of metric equivalence. And we already given the condition that A is a suprapolynomial, then that is AQ A star equal to A star P A, where A, Q, and P are interrupters of A. And of course, they are just positive. Now, using the same concept we proved with theorem 1, we have A equal to VB, then taking the adjoint. There you can see pre-multiplying with the adjoint, that so give us B star and V star. Consequently, A star A, now we are substituting now the A star and A, which is now B star V star V, B, where this V star V is I. This is from the concept of the isometries. And on the right-hand side of the definition of the suprapolynomial, we have the giving us our first equation 1, and then the right-hand side gives us our equation 2. Is we just substitute the B, the A, and A star and A. They'll give us that. So I already know that the left-hand side of 1 and 2 are equal. Then also the right-hand side are also equal. And that is why we are equating the right-hand side of the two equations to give us our equation 3. Again, pre-multiplying with V star and post-multiplying with V, it actually gives us this equation B, Q, B star equal to B star P, B. which shows that B is supraposinormal. Sorry. On my conclusion is that the classes of supraposinormal and alpha supraposinormal are not only unitarily equivalent, but they are also isometrically and coisometrically invariant, meaning it doesn't change. It just gives us the same result when we apply them on the equations. And secondly, is that with respect to metric equivalences of operators, the two operators are similar, with one of them being alpha supraposinormal, then the other is also supraposinormal. On my recommendation here is that I've shown the isometry and coisometry with respect to supraposinormal operators. The same again can be done on the class of metro-similarity. Metro, it combines the metric equivalence and similarity, which is actually a new area of research in the pure maths. So those are the few results I had for the paper for today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, indeed, it looks new, and only people like engineer here can comment on it.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Okay, maybe one word from engineer.
Yeah, thank you very much for that presentation. I just found it you going on. Mine is those operators. How can you translate them to figures so that a layman like me can be able to understand? Because now, give us an example of how such you can prove that theorem. Yeah.
Karani, you can take that, and yeah, indeed, it's an input. So because of time, you'll just thank yourself on my behalf now that you're online. If you are here, would have clapped for you. Thank you very much. Now, the next presenter would be...
Thank you. Thank you.
Who? Ryan?
Can I present?
Yes, I'm ready. Ryan, I'll give you 5 minutes. So no, don't tell us any literature. Just tell us, project the title, the objective, methodology, and the results. That should take you 5 minutes.
Okay. Can you allow me to present, please?
Yes. Karani, please pull down your presentation. Thank you. Ryle?
Yes.
Kindly upload your work. Frederick? Ryle?
Yes.
Now scroll.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, scroll to the first slide.
My name is Ryle Sankey. The title of my paper is Monitoring of the Water Quality of Middle River Keyana County, Kenya. This paper was done by Ryle, Professor Jela Simiyu, and Dr. Judith Hassens. You said I go direct to methodology.
Yes, we are time barred. Objective?
The overall objective of the paper was to assess the River Keyana physicochemical water quality parameters in relation to the Transmara sugar factory. Specific objectives to measure temperature, pH, dissolved oxygen, total dissolved solid, electroconductivity, and total suspended solids in water sample from the River Keyana to determine COD and BOD in River Keyana upstream, midstream, and downstream of the effluent discharge points. This is the map of the study area. As you can see, this is the sugar company, and these are the sampling points. This is the section of the River Keyan, that where the study was taken. Sample collections. Sample sites were purposefully selected from 3 zones: upstream at the discharge, at the effluent discharge point, that is the midstream, downstream, and then we had 7 sampling points. The sample collection was conducted bi-monthly from January to April. In situ measurements of pH, temperature, total dissolved solid electroconductivity were taken at each sampling site using a multi-parameter meter, and water samples for TSS, BOD, and COD were collected in duplicates and kept at 4 degrees Celsius in a cool box and transported to the University of Eldoret Fishery Lab for analysis using standard methods. That's the sampling continuation for BOD and COD. I can go direct to the results to save on time.
Okay, give us the results. The results.
This is a graph that represents the results for DO, pH, and temperature.
Moderator, please. Moderator. Hello, moderator.
Hello.
Hello, yeah, Dr. Samiko.
Yes, Dr. Ari.
I think you should allow the presenter to present the methodology, because that's where we want to know how she collect the data, and now we go to the results. Because if she jumps now how she collect the data, then how do we follow up on the results? I think kindly allow her to present that methodology, please.
Sorry, Prof. We appreciate that, but kindly we are pressurized by time. She mentioned how she collected and used standard methods. We appreciate that. And the paper will be reviewed. Let her present results. There are 15 people online. Kindly. Thanks. Proceed, Rael.
So the pH, river pH range from 7.6, that is upstream, to 8.1, which remain within WHO limits of 6.5 to 8.5. This reflects the buffering capacity of the river as by the other studies. Temperature increased at the discharge point, and then there was a slight decrease downstream, which indicates that the industrial effluents heat release, as indicated by other researchers and other studies. DO levels were highest upstream and lowest at the discharge point, with negative correlation with the temperature, showing that higher temperature reduced DO levels. This is a graph that presents the results for BOD, TSS, TDS, and EC. BOD peaked at the discharge point exceeding the WHO limits, indicating that there is organic pollution from the industry. And then the DO levels decreased downstream due to natural aeration and dilution. And then the TSS was also increased at the discharge, which remains within the WHO and NEMA standards, indicating that the factory levels, and then TSS levels exceed the WHO and NEMA standards, discharge and downstream. When there is high TSS in the river, it indicates that it will reduce the penetration of light, which could have a negative impact from the aquatic animals or lives. And then EC also, there is EC also increased at the discharge point. And then the correlation between the result from the correlation between TDS and EC there was a strong positive correlation, which suggests that ionic contamination from the effluent, from the sugar industry effluent. COD was the highest at the discharge point also, which was higher 4 times than the upstream level, exceeding the WHO standards. And according to the results, there was a high ratio between COD and BOD, indicate that non-biodegradable organic pollution, reflecting pollution from the sugar mill industry. Conclusion, the analysis showed moderate pH buffering, increased temperature, TDS and TSS at the discharge point, and decreased DO levels with water quality impacted by BOD and COD beyond NEMA and WHO limits. Significant variations in pH, temperature, DO, TDS, TSS, COD, and BOD were observed with downstream side showing slight recovery, and at the discharge point experiencing the most severe degradation. Recommendations: the factory should improve the treatment of effluent to meet the recommended standards. Future studies should aim to provide a comprehensive analysis assessment of how the sugar industry effluent impact River Cayenne water quality over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Rael. Thank you for that study of River Cayenne. Members who are here, do you have a question? Okay, I'm told we cover like 5, then we ask the questions. So you, Rael, keep online so that if the members here have a question for you, then you'll get the question. So can we have John Kiptembur? John?
Yes, I'm ready.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
So I'm waiting to
You've already been made a
be allowed
co-host.
to share.
You are a co-host.
Okay.
All right, John. Like your predecessor, we'll still
Yes.
ask you to don't give us the literature. So just give
Okay.
the title, the objective, then go to the methodology, and then give us the results in less than 5 minutes.
Okay. So my name is John Kiptembur, and I'm presenting a paper on enhancing sports leadership and strategic marketing for inclusive athlete development in Kenya. Now, I'll go direct to the objective was to examine the role of universities, how higher education institutions shape para sports leadership governance and marketing strategies, to analyze global best practices, that is to identify and adapting successful commercialization models for para sports in Kenya, to evaluate governance structures, that is assessing the impact of existing governance structures on para-athlete development, and to investigate strategic marketing, that is the ways to increase sponsorship opportunities and visibilities for the para-athletes. Now, I used a systematic literature review, because it ensures rigorous and transparent analysis, and it also helps to minimize bias by synthesizing several existing research. So it helped me to evaluate diverse sources of information and to identify the patterns and the trends across the multiple studies that I was able to find. And also, I was able to develop evidence-based recommendations that I can say it's reliable and it can be replicable. So the entire process, it was about defining the inclusion and exclusion criteria focused on peer review studies. And I used 4 databases, that is Google Scholar, IBSCO, Emerald, and JSTOR. So I went through a rigorous study selection procedure, that is screening the titles and abstracts, and also the full texts, the entire articles. Then after the selection, I was able to do the extraction. Then I did thematic analysis. So I analyzed the data thematically. Then I did some quality assessments. So I used some search terms like the key search terms was like sports leadership and governance, strategic sports marketing.
Go to
sports
results,
in
please.
Kenya.
Go to results.
So they are, I've been told to go directly to the results. So the first is that there are marketing limitations. So the para athletes or para sports in Kenya face challenges due to lack of strategic marketing initiatives that leads to limited visibility and public awareness. In contrast, developed countries like the UK, they have integrated the para sport into their mainstream campaigns, therefore boosting visibility and also engagement and sponsorship for the para athletes. So here in Kenya, we need a national marketing strategy to increase para sport visibility and also to attract sponsorship and to engage the public. So it will help to create a more inclusive and supported sports environment. Also, there is higher education's role. Kenyan universities possess an untapped potential to drive significant change in para sports. So they should be able to foster innovation in sports leadership, governance, and also marketing in the institutions. When we look in the developed worlds, their universities usually sets high standards. Through it, they have specialized programs in sports management and marketing. So Kenyan universities must be the hubs for innovation. They should be able to replicate the successes in the developed world. They must evolve and become hubs of innovation. So they should be able to develop tailored curricula and engage in research geared towards sports development. They should also be able to foster collaboration with the stakeholders and to help to professionalize and grow the para sports in Kenya. Then we also have the role of stakeholder collaboration. So when we have effective collaboration between universities and sports federation, and also the sponsors, the corporate sponsors, it's very important for the growth and development of the para sports in Kenya. So there is a need for formal multi-sector or stakeholder forum in Kenya, where universities, sports federations, government agencies, and the entire private sector can come together and share resources. They can also be able to exchange expertise and also to engage in long-term planning. Then I was able to identify the barriers, the key barriers there, inadequate governance structures, limited marketing strategies, lack of higher education involvement, and to identify the key role of the higher education in enhancing the para sport. So the practical applications, some of the actionable recommendations is to retooling knowledge and skills. That is, implement specialized training programs and education initiatives that equip all the stakeholders, the athletes, coaches, sports managers. So they should be able to equip with skills required so that we can excel in parasports governance and marketing. Also, centralized governance in KNPC. So KNPC is the governing body in Kenya. Then national marketing plan. So we should be able to develop a national marketing strategy for parasports that focuses on visibility through media campaigns and also to actively attract sponsorships. So these we should and also corporate partnerships. We should come up with a national strategy to be able to do this. Then universities should be used as centers for change. So policy and curriculum changes should also be done. And para sport integration in university curriculum, as I've said, then specialized courses and research centers.
Thank you, John. Summarize.
Yes,
One word.
So the future is bright if we are able to implement these strategies. So when we look ahead, the future of parasports in Kenya depends on strategic focus to empower athletes, promote inclusivity, and also should be able to prioritize long-term investments in sports. So by doing all this, we should be able to have an organized and sustainable sports ecosystem in Kenya that can unlock full potential of our para-athletes so that they're able to have equitable opportunities. So due to time, I don't want to say much. Maybe I will just end there.
Thank you very much.
And I'm happy to take questions. Yes.
Thank you, John. One announcement from Dr. Grace Mureithi.
Okay, members, in the interest of time, we have created another link. John, if you could just remove your presentation, stop sharing, so that we are able to see the chat. Stay online for questions, okay? So on the chat, there's a link. Yes, please. I want the following people to take note of that link. Job Mulonga, Emily Shem, Edwin, Frederick Wanyama, Paul Ngetich, Lydia Katana. If I may repeat, Job Mulonga, Emily Shem, Edwin, Frederick Wanyama, Paul Ngetich, and Lydia Katana. Please join. We are going to go into another room. So join that using that link so that we can do our presentations from another room so that we're able to complete these presentations today. Kindly. Is that clear? I hope it is. Okay, this is a request to repeat. So there's a link on the chat. It's a Google Meet. So the following people kindly join using that link. Job Mulonga, Emily Shem, Edwin, Frederick Wanyama, Paul Ngetich, and Lydia Katana. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ari. Then we have, who is online for this room?
Yes, I'm there. Kenneth Tepsirikora.
Kenneth?
I'm also there.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, the floor is yours. We would wish you take a very short time. Kindly understand.
Okay, thank you.
Take a short time. Give us a summary of your study.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity given to present my project here. I'm dealing with modeling risk factors associated with snake bites mobility.
Please
using
upload your
logit.
Ken, upload,
yes.
Upload your slides.
Can I share? Is it clear now?
It's coming. Yeah, it's
Okay,
clear
thank you.
now. Try moving.
So, thank you. So modeling risk factors associated with snake bites morbidity using a logit binary model in Chamalingot, Baringo County. So I am Kenneth Chepsirikon, correspondent. We are dealing with Julius Koech, Samson Wangila from University of Eldoret and also Kwan University. About our outline, I will deal with introduction. So I will go direct to introduction. That snake bite is a neglected tropical disease which has been neglected all over the world, and it has been affecting over 4.4 to 5.3 million people. And so snake bite incident has not been seriously taken as a disease in most parts of the world. Okay. So to reduce morbidity and mortality by 50% by 2030, that is World Health Organization, it has launched a global snake bite strategies.
Move to the
So
objective.
in my hello.
Move to the objective.
Okay. So my objective is to assess risk factors that are associated with morbidity of snake bites incident in Chamalingot in Baringo County. So my specific objective is to determine the prevalences, rates of morbidity due to snake bite in Chamalingot. So I will be dealing with to identify the risk factors which are associated with morbidity. Remember that morbidity is about the extent of which snake bite incident has gone in Chamalingot. So I'll be dealing with that and to get the preferences. So my methodology that I'll be using, the study sites and sampling. It will focus on Chamalingot region in Baringo County, which has a population of over 130,000. And it's a prone area with snake bites, which has been known all over about the snake bites challenges. So my data collection methods include random sampling technique, and data management analysis that will be approached. Study design, I will be using a logit binary model for the study that is also multivariate analysis. The study also employ a retrospective design, that is to retrieve past medical records from selected health facilities, that is Chamalingot Health Center, that in which we'll be collecting data there. So this design is appropriate, and it has also targeted population which consists of individuals who have been bitten by snakes.
Kenneth,
region of Chamalingot.
Kenneth,
yes.
Move to results.
Okay, thank you, Dr. The results here, the number that I will be dealing is 266 snake bite incidents, and I started with the descriptive summary of the snake bites. That will give us the socio-demographic factors. Now, the mean age of the people who are affected by the snake is 19 years, and the median age is 15. And it has come out that the youngest person or the youngest individual who has been bitten by the snake is 1 year, and the oldest is 84 years. So remember, our total number of snake bite incidents is 266, and we have classified them in gender that we had 137 male, which represent 51.5%, female of 129, which represent 48.5%. Actually, it shows that male are the most affected one in that region. The duration of hospital, when you bring a patient to hospital, that patient stays for 4 days to get complete cure, and the median age of stay is 3 days. So we also talked about the distance as a factor, which is the average, the mean distance to hospital is 13 kilometers, that is kilometers.
Kenneth,
the median distance to hospital,
Kenneth,
yes.
Please give us the risk results on risk.
Let me start from prevalences, then I move downwards. So it has come out that the preferences of the snake bites is 30%, as you see in that chart. Then the overall preferences still range on 30%. For male, it is 14%, 14.7% compared to female, which are 50%. So maybe I go to the activities that took place during the snake fights. That one individual was bitten during cooking. Another one was farming, 8 fetching firewood, adding in house, not recorded, playing and all those. So maybe I got the risk factors. Identification of the suspected snakes. Most of the people did not identify the snakes, but to realize that the buff adder is the most snake that is that caused the incidents, giving us 76 people who are bitten by the buff adder. The red spitting cobra are 32 in number, which is giving us 12%. And the others are not seen. So the main snakes here are the buff adder and the red spitting cobra. So the snakes which were seen, identified, and taken to hospital are few. Some were not seen after the bite and all those. So we have this depot here for the snake identification. The morbidity changes with time. That in 2018, it was high, it was low, and then it rises up to 2019 that there is high rates of snake bite incident as time goes between 2018, 2019, 2020 as you go to 2021, which is high, and then now it starts to drop from 2021, 2022, 2023 goes up, and then it comes to 24. So there's the morbidity is going up and then coming down. Morbidity changes over time. That's according to gender. Here, you realize that 2018 male were the most affected compared to female. And in 2019, female were most affected compared to male. So as you see, there's that trend of male and female. So when we talk about the main factors, the risk factors now here.
Conclusion, Kenneth.
So in conclusion, yeah, in summary, it's telling us that maybe before I conclude, I can just say something here.
Kindly conclude.
Okay, that the broad scope of this study was to find out the switch factors for snake bites. And it has come out here clearly that the prevalence rates for morbidity due to snake bites is high at around 30%, it means that we need a lot of intervention to assist that. And the risk factors that is associated to high morbidity rates is the distance to the hospital, and also time, the activities that people are doing in the farms, which has caused the high morbidity rate. So snake bite morbidity is high in the evening and also nights. That is 38.2 and 26.3 respectively, as other follows. So snakes are active and violent when darkness is there and it's affecting locals. So as a recommendation, it's to create more health awareness in the study region among the residents, and also creating educational programs about snake so that people would be aware on how to handle. Also, specialists should be deployed to those prone areas to assist and educate the locals about the snake bite incidents. One of the limitations that the study was done in one county, which is Chamanikotonde, which the findings may not be generalized to other counties. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Kenneth. And we apologize for that pressure, but we shall continue interacting with you through other channels. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dr. Julius Koech. Dr. Harry?
Yes, Chairman,
All right.
allow me to upload the slide.
Yes, upload the slides.
Hi, Chairman. Can you see the slide from the other side?
Yes, we can see the slides. Daktari, we
Yes,
request
yes.
you take a similar approach, kindly.
Sure. Thank you so much. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Julius Koech from Department of Mathematics. I think I will just give an overview. Our title is we are focusing on the evolution of optimal designs, of course, in the era of AI and maybe data-driven technologies. I'm working with Dr. Samson Wangila from Bwana University and Miriam from AIMS in Cameroon. So ideally, when you look at this concept of optimal designs, these are regression models that we are able to measure the effects. And these effects, actually, we can use linear models. For us to have a linear model, of course, we are looking at the relationship between the outcome and the covariance. And that's why this equation y equals fx theta plus the error. So we are saying if we have factors that we are measuring, how can we relate to the outcome? And so this is a concept of optimal designs. But again, even though there are regression models, there are special type of regression models whereby we can go further and even instead of only looking at the main effects, we can also look at the interaction effects and also the quadratic or actually the polynomial effects. So this is actually what we are referring to as optimal designs. Again, when you look at these experimental designs, so the challenge, let me just go to this diagram, is for us to be able to, how can we marry the traditional regression models or what we call traditional optimal designs, of course, with the emerging technologies, like what we see here in terms of whenever, because ideally when we are looking at the traditional designs, these are like the factorial designs that we measure, we vary the levels of the factors and be able to see what happens in terms of the outcome. But now with these emerging technologies like the AI and the ML, the machine learning approaches, because these are data with high dimensions, these are data with complex data structures, and also what we are referring to as actually big data. So the question of interest here is how can these traditional approaches actually survive in this era of AI and also ML, what we call machine learning. So our problem, this is actually our diagrammatic representation. Of course, we are saying under the traditional optimal designs, of course, they are mainly, we actually assume the parametric structure in terms of that, but also currently many statisticians are actually trying to, or researchers also trying to employ the nonlinear models. But now the challenge there is, can these traditional approaches be, can we work closely with use of these AI tools for us to be able to have an hybrid system of analysis whereby we compare the parametric aspect, because most of the AI or the machine learning approaches, of course, they really seem to utilize what you call the non-parametric perspective. Again, the challenge here, of course, in terms of these emerging technologies like the AI and the machine learning, we have this component of actually data, testing of data, or what we call training of data. Again, when you look at these traditional optimal designs, they are specialized in terms of just utilizing smaller samples in terms of experimental designs, because most researchers, we don't have enough resources. We utilize small observations or actual experimental units for us to be able to make a justification. And that's why when you look at this, the importance of traditional optimal designs, of course, they still remain relevant in terms of having high predictive statistical power. But the question now, when we come to this concept of machine learning or AI, because we need to train this data and also test this data, maybe we talk of, like in most machine learning approaches, training of data requires like 80% of the data, and then now testing of your data will actually be 20%. So the question of interest, because these optimal designs, we tend to use fewer experimental treatments or actually runs. So the question, can we also be able to employ these machine learning approaches for us to have what we call the scalability, so that we can have designs that are actually robust? So I think this is a problem at hand that as a team of researchers, we are trying to see, can we write a small review paper on the same, so that now we can prompt these other young statisticians for us to actually think, can we be able to have an hybrid design? We can run the traditional optimal designs and also compare with these emerging technologies like AI and also machine learning, so that we can now see machine learning tools giving us better parameter estimations compare the traditional approaches. So thank you so much. I don't really want to go beyond that. These are review paper. We are still working on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. And you have been very concise and clear. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Cynthia. Cynthia Jepkoech. Are you online? Dr. You can stop sharing.
Good evening. Yes. Let me stop. Sorry.
Welcome, Cynthia. And you have seen the trend. In fact, copy Dr. Koech's trend.
Good evening.
Good evening. Share the slide. Cynthia, the floor is yours. Share the slide.
I'm working on it, sir.
Okay.
Are you hearing me?
We hear you, but we are not seeing the slide shared. You open your file, go to the sharing icon, select the window. To the next. Okay. But prepare to be ready. Edwin, are you ready? Cynthia, you can sort out your network so that we get Edwin presenting. Edwin. Dr. Koech, are you still on the stage? I can see. Edwin, are you online? Dominic.
Yes, I'm present.
Okay, good. Welcome. Share your slide.
You can make me a presenter. Able to see it.
We see it, but put it in the show mode, slideshow. You see that cap at the right? And then check your background because there seems to be some echo. Slideshow.
I've put it in slideshow.
Then proceed, but check your background. You seem to have some noise. Either you are sharing with someone who has the mic on. Proceed, Dominic.
Okay, thank you. It's Dominic Oworoguda presenting a project on prevalence and antibiotic susceptibility patterns of SORIAS from diabetic wounds infection from patients attending at TRH. Introduction. So microorganisms are wide in nature and they exist as pathogen and normal flora. They occupy all the ecosystem and exist in invertebrates and vertebrates as hosts. So bacteria,
Dominic,
in particular, yes.
Dominic, the
Yes.
trend is your title, objective, method, and then results.
Okay. So general objective of the study is to identify the prevalence and the antibiotic susceptibility patterns of SORIAS from diabetic wound infections among patients attending at MTRH. And the specific objectives were, one was to determine the prevalence of SORIAS in samples from diabetic wounds from patients attending at MTRH. The second one was to determine antibiotic susceptibility patterns of SORIAS isolated from diabetic wounds in patients attending at MTRH. And lastly was to establish the influence of possible risk factors on the occurrence of SORIAS in samples isolated from diabetic wounds from patients attending at MTRH. Method. Being that the study involved humans had to seek for approval from MTRH direct, and the reference number was 004852, and then NACOSTI as well. So after seeking that, we had to add to determine the population, and I used the formula by Young 2014 that gave me a number of 156. So the study was conducted at MTRH, where I employed cross-sectional based descriptive study, and I used purposive sampling, where I targeted diabetic type 2 patients who were 13 years and above. So after ensuring that the participant met the criteria for the inclusion criteria, there were questionnaire that I had administered, which enabled me to gather the demographic characteristics. Results, material and methods. So after inclusion in the study and administration of the questionnaire, I had to isolate SORIAS from the diabetic wounds. And this, after sampling, the sample was inoculated in Tipton soy broth and then subcultured in blood agar, after which it was again subcultured in mannitol salt agar. So from mannitol salt agar, the colonies that had developed a yellow appearance, which was a characteristic of SORIAS, were again further done for gram staining, and then were confirmed by biochemical tests, catalase and coagulase. And that was now considered a pure strain. And then I was able to do now the antibiotic susceptibility tests. And then the data I was able to analyze using chi-square, whereby SORIAS carriage was a dependent variable and factors predisposing susceptibility patterns of SORIAS were independent variables. So I used logistic regressions to determine the association between the susceptibility pattern of SORIAS and factors that predispose the occurrence of SORIAS. Results. So this study utilized 156 samples, and out of the 156, 93 were males and 63 were females. 122 patients were married and 19 were single, while 15 of the positives were widows and widowers. So 69 participants had primary education, while 36 had secondary and 33 had tertiary education. 56.41% of the participants had underlying conditions, and 133 of this study also of the participants had also been hospitalized, while 50 had used antibiotics before. Now, in isolation from blood agar, these are some of the pictures of the plates that I was able to get. So for the blood agar, I was able to see I was able to see round golden yellow. That was a confirmation, a suggestion that it was SORIAS. Then from there, I subcultured on mannitol salt agar, where when I saw yellow color, which was a fermentation of mannitol by SORIAS, that was also a further confirmation. Then these are purple coca-shaped, a characteristics of SORIAS. And then these are now positive catalase results. For the catalase, they were done on, I used sodium or hydrogen peroxide, where I use a sterile loop to take 1 to 5 colonies into a drop of hydrogen, and production of bubble was a confirmation that it was SORIAS positive. And then this is coagulase positive. And then here we have so we had a total of 31 participants turning positive for SORIAS, and a total of 156. So this gave me a prevalence of 19.8%. And this is a plate of antibiotic susceptibility tests. And these are region of inhibition. And then these are the discs, the antibiotic discs. So this is a table also showing the zones. So the 31 participants that turned positive, their samples were subjected to these antibiotics. And from the table, it could be noted that cefoxitin was susceptible to most of the sample from the participants, where only one was resistant. Then it can also be noted that for ampicillin, was only susceptible to samples from 8 patients, and 12 were resistant, with 11 being intermediate. Now, the zones
Dominic,
of
please conclude.
These are the results of the demographic characteristics that I was able to take. So for the marital characteristics, I was able to test it statistically, and I realized that it did not significantly or statistically influence the occurrence of SORIAS in diabetic wounds. And then it was only 6 that had a p-value of 0.025, at confidence level of 95%, and this had a significant contribution to the occurrence of psoriasis in diabetic wounds, and this could be as a result of the cause that females are involved in. So in conclusion, I would recommend that majority of the psoriasis isolates in this study were susceptible to cefoxitin, erythromycin, and clindamycin, with lesser susceptibility to ampicillin. So continued surveillance and periodical monitoring to determine the susceptibility profile of psoriasis in diabetic wounds is recommended. And then re-evaluation of treatment options, in particular the use of ampicillin, could be considered to prevent the widespread antibiotic resistance. And that marks the end, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Dominic, for your presentation. It is insightful, and I would like us to continue interacting with you in the future, especially in publications. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nancy, are you online?
Yes, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Thank you so much. And while you start, remember the trend. And then also Cynthia, start preparing. So Nancy, welcome.
Thank you. So I'm presenting on mathematical modeling of antimalarial drug resistance.
Share the slide,
prevention.
please. Share your slide. You open, go to the share icon, select window.
I've shared.
Good. Yes, good. Proceed.
Is it visible?
Yes, proceed.
Okay, I'm presenting on mathematical modeling of antimalarial drug resistance and prevention. Co-authors are Julius Muremwa Shichika and Dr. Albert B. from University of Eldoret. And the objective of the study is to develop an extensive mathematical model that will enclose medication resistance and factors to follow the trend of malaria transmission, and then to assess the changes in medication resistance and malaria occurrence and variation, varying intervention strategies, and then to use parameters from the model to provide policy recommendations for improving malaria and prevention strategies. Our research methodology, we formulated the mathematical model, then we established the well-posedness of the model, and then we calculated the reproduction number, and using the Lyapunov function, we were able to identify whether the equilibrium is stable, and then after that, we solved it numerically. Our results, and the above is the model which led to the formation of our system of differential equations. And then after that, we were able to establish the well-posedness of the model using existence of solutions, uniqueness of solutions, positivity of solutions, and then boundedness of solutions. And after that, we used the basic reproduction number to identify the stability of the model, and the Jacobian matrix, we were able to identify that the eigenvalues were negative, showing that our model is stable. And then after that, we analyzed the stability. We are having the results there for the stability of the model. And from the model, we were able to see that the susceptible humans, they are having a population of 231, which means they are stable. And then the population is low because the susceptible humans are also vaccinated and some are getting infected. And the vaccinated humans, you find that the population is high, and the population of vaccinated human is high because it enables in achieving the disease control. And then you find that the next thing, we were able to analyze our results using bifurcation analysis. And on bifurcation analysis, it helps us to explore the stability of equilibrium changes as parameters vary. And our parameters, we are having the rate at which the humans are being infected, and the rate at which the mosquitoes are being infected, and the rate at which the infected are changing into treated, and also the rate at which the treated humans are changing into, are being transitioned into the recovered human, and the recovered humans are transitioning back to be susceptible. So the bifurcation analysis enables us to examine those parameters and see when one parameter changes, what will happen to the other. Then from our graph, we are seeing that at 0 here, it means that infection is negligible. It is no longer there, it is 0. So the red bar is showing the drug-resistant malaria, and the blue bar is showing the drug-sensitive malaria. So you find that those who are sensitive to malaria, they can be easily infected. Therefore, you find that at the initial stage where it is 0, the disease is negligible. But after infection, where the two graphs are meeting, this is where the bifurcation is seen, meaning the disease is endemic. You find that those who are drug sensitive, the blue line, are high prone to the disease, therefore they will rise. And then those who are drug resistant, their graph is below. So in short, it means those who are drug sensitive are very high in our population, unlike to those who are drug resistant. And then the next one, we looked at the sensitivity analysis of the model. And in sensitivity analysis, it enabled us to determine how different input parameters influence the model output. When you look at our table, we are having the positive values.
Nancy, we seem to have lost you. And please conclude. Nancy, you have gone offline. Okay. If Nancy has a challenge, we can now give a chance to Cynthia. Nancy, you can stop sharing. Cynthia, give Cynthia a chance. You can slide show and proceed.
I hope you can see my slides.
Yes, can you slide show? Go to that icon that looks like a cup down there on your right. Yes, slide show. There. Oh, you have, yes. There. Okay, thanks. Proceed.
So I am doing a mathematical model equations of biochemical reactions in tomato plants as a defense mechanism. So my name is Cynthia from University of Eldoret. We are working with Dr. Lynette Muhati and Dr. Julius Shichika. Actually, my area of study is mathematical modeling of biochemical reactions in tomato plants, and I have 3 objectives. The first one, to formulate a mathematical model describing biochemical reactions in tomato plants as the defense mechanism. The second one is to analyze the well-posedness of the model equations, numerically analyze the system performance.
Move the slides.
And the third one, yes?
The slides are not moving. Go to where objectives are.
Okay, I wanted to say that for the purpose of this conference, I only did one objective. The first one, mathematical model of biochemical reaction in tomato plants as a defense mechanism. So I am yet to do the second one and the third one. So in the introduction, we have the biochemical reaction is the process whereby the substrate combines with an enzyme to produce a complex.
Method. Go to method.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, give the objectives, then go to method.
The objective. So to formulate a mathematical model which describes the biochemical reactions in plant defense mechanism using potassium phosphate as an elicitor. So an elicitor is something that triggers a reaction in a plant. In this case, I chose potassium phosphate, which is used to spray the tomato plant to prevent the insect herbivory so I came up with I used this model which was proposed by Michaelis Menten 2015, whereby a substrate combines with an enzyme to produce a complex which is SE, which disintegrates to a product and the enzyme. So this K1 is the rate of reaction whereby the rate of a substrate and the enzyme combining to produce the complex. The same case, K2 is the rate of reaction and K1 is the rate of reaction. So using the law of mass action, I came up with the differential equations like these ones, equation 2, 3, 4, and 5, whereby we have. So from the flow chart, we have the elicitor potassium phosphate. When it is sprayed, the first thing is that it is recognized by plant receptors. And then after recognition, the plant produces the reactive oxygen species, whereby after the production of oxygen species where they are substrates, the plant activates the signal pathways, and then it activates the defense genes, whereby it will produce the synthesis of PR proteins. And the synthesis of phytoalexin. So the two are responsible for the resistance and inhibition of the growth and spread of the pathogen or the disease. So we have the model flowchart. We have Lambda is the activation rate of the enzyme. So when the elicitor, the potassium phosphide, is sprayed, it activates this enzyme in the tomato. It is called nicotidine adenine phosphate. So this enzyme is activated whereby it reacts with the oxygen present in the leaves, that is due to photosynthesis. So when it reacts, it produces the reactive oxygen complex, whereby these will react with another enzyme to produce the defense genes, which will help in the defense of the plant. So we have the mu is the degradation rate of potassium. We have the alpha activation rate of the enzyme, the first enzyme, and plant defense reaction. And all these parameters will be used to test the efficiency and the working of the parameters so that we can come up with the model. For example, we have this enzyme plus substrate to give us complex, which integrate to our enzyme, the second enzyme, which is the MAPK, and then give us substrate enzyme. So from the above equation, I formulated 8 equations. The first one is the equation for the enzyme, for the elicitor. The second one is for the second enzyme, and then the substrate, the complex, the second enzyme, the third one, the product, then the infection or the disease. So from this model, from these equations, I will solve these. We will solve these using Simulink in MATLAB and come up with graphs, and then I'll draw the graphs, come up with the solutions, which will help us determine the defense mechanism of the plant and also the effect to the users. So that is the end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cynthia. Now, a quick one is, this is a study in progress or you have completed?
Progress.
Oh, good. Now, colleagues, thank you so much, Cynthia. Colleagues who are online, I know you presented and we didn't interact. Let me ask if colleagues here in the room have any questions to any of you. Now, my first reaction, Nancy, your objectives were not specific. You had so many variables in one objective. Secondly, you didn't give us after modeling whether you had a standard kind of data that could do the validation of your model. You did not specify. Any reaction? Nancy?
Yes.
Yes.
So from my model, hello.
Hello, Nancy, proceed.
From my model, you are using a standard population of 5,000 people, which we used to come up with the data that we simulated and we were able to come, I was able to come up with the results.
That is good,
Hello.
but normally when you simulate, you need certain standard data that can help you to validate the model. For example, we normally simulate using rainfall for us in environment, but I don't know now for you, what will be your standard data that will help to validate your model?
My standard data in our case, in my case, I'm using the data for the drug-resistant population and drug-resistant and drug-sensitive population. So I'm using that one to model the result.
Thank you for that. Any reaction from the floor? Anybody? Any colleague? Anyone online with a comment? Okay, so colleagues, thank you very much for your patience, and thank you for your active participation. Online, we have come to the end of the session, and we are moving close to coming to the end of the session, but remain online because we are coming to the final session where we shall have the closing session of the conference. So kindly remain online. Welcome. The Deputy Vice Chancellor, Planning, Research and Extension. Our keynote speaker today, Professor Okwiri, Directorate, presenters, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. You are welcome. I would like to take this opportunity, first of all, to thank each one of you. I thank the presenters. I thank colleagues who attended. I thank the facilitators who ran this using the technology. We cannot take it for granted. Through the DVC, we would like to thank management. It has not been easy without their support. It will have not been easy. But with the support of management, we appreciate we have come to where we are. We thank you so much. And special gratitude goes to Professor Kafu. He has been here since yesterday, and every day very early, and he stays late. Thank you so much, Prof. We appreciate. So, without taking much time, but the Directorate Secretariat Director, I've not forgotten you. I know you have worked hard. At times we thought it will not work, but it worked. And behind you, you had the team that organized, co-led by Dr. George Aria, Peter Ouma, Dr. Ouma, and also we had Engineer Mulindi, and we had Grace Mureithi. I may be forgetting someone. There were people who were very dedicated. We appreciate you. And Dr. Becky, don't think that we have forgotten. You worked very hard. Thank you so much. You backed the director, and we appreciate. So DVC, we have come to the end. There were many presenters. The last team, especially online, we rushed them. They had to compress to 5 minutes, but they managed. We apologize to them if we pressurized, but we shall interact with them through publications. So we are very grateful. So DVC, we would like you to so we appreciate the presenters, and in the future we are going to communicate how we shall interact through publications so that we get to disseminate the good information that you shared with us today. So this chance, I would like to give it to the DVC on behalf of management. Director, please.
Thank you so much. On behalf of the organizing committee of this conference, I want to thank management, of course our keynote speakers, and of course today's speaker who really brought us, really disturbed our minds and made us think differently. I want to thank the participants. Thank you so much. This conference would not have been a conference without you. We hope we are going to interact with you more now through your publications. Kindly send the publications on time so that they can be reviewed effectively the way the abstracts were reviewed. So I want to thank everyone, and on behalf of this organizing committee, we hope that you'll have more papers in future for next conference, which we are going to start organizing immediately because we require a lot of time. This year we had over 100 abstracts, and these ones were divided into 9 themes. So start preparing. We are about to call you once again. Thank you so much. So with those few remarks, I want to invite the DVC come and make his remarks, closing remarks for this conference. Karibu.
Sorry. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I think I don't have much to say, but just to echo what our colleagues have already said. We are really happy and we really appreciate you, all those who participated, both physical and online. We really would like to appreciate you so much. This is one very important function for the university because from our objectives, we must disseminate our research. And the 2-day conference has helped us to do this. Apart from the public lectures, this has helped us to be able to disseminate a lot of the research activities that have been done. And since it was both physical and online, and I gathered that we had participants also who are not coming from outside the university, we want to really appreciate that. And this is a very important occasion for researchers, because here is where we build a lot of our capacity. For those who are beginners, you get to know how people communicate their research. You get to know how they respond to questions. You get to know how they design their research projects. You get to know how they present their results, and even to discuss. And so because of that, it is very important to always participate in these conferences. As we said yesterday when we were opening, that we normally have 2 of them. This year we collapsed them. But I think going forward, we would like to continue having a collapsed one, which is interdisciplinary, so that we can know how we can hybridize our information. Basically, when you have a conference like this also, you may listen to some study, which is close to either what you are doing or something that you have been wanting to investigate. And so it also gives us room for networking and to see who can we partner with going ahead, because research is dynamic. You may have done your research in a particular area, then you see another presentation of something more or less similar, but not everything is solved. And so that is another very important way, particularly for the upcoming researchers and even the well-established researchers, to continue working together. Allow me also to thank our keynote speaker. It's very unfortunate. I really wanted to listen to your talk, and I may not release you until you rewind that in my office, if it is possible. If it's not possible, we are going to agree with the director, because I was really interested to listen to your presentation. Unfortunately, from the planning point of view, we had council meetings since yesterday up to tomorrow. And so today it was on issues to do with research, so I could not leave. So that's the reason why I was not here. Even for the members, if you didn't see me here, that's the reason. But otherwise, all of us knew what was going on, and we are going to follow up so that we can continue with our collaboration. So thank you so much for taking your time. I know it's not very easy to get out just to come and speak to people whom you don't know. And we really appreciate that, and thank you so much. I know a vote of thanks has already been said, but please allow me just to also appreciate the Directorate of Research and Innovation, and also to appreciate the board and the chair of the board and the chair of the conference for being there throughout and for doing a good job. I don't think we have so much to say, but lastly, let me echo what the director said. When we do a research, even we present in a conference, and then we leave it there, then the work is not done. I think Professor Kafu will agree with me. Until it is communicated. And communication can be verbal for those who are attending. But the best kind of communication is through publications. So from now, we really would like to encourage you that all presentations that were done, please make sure that you submit your papers so that they can be reviewed for publication. I'm sure the Directorate will communicate with you. There are some that we can publish in some of the journals we have. Some they can recommend different journals that you're going to publish. But please do publish. And as you publish, remember what I said yesterday, make sure you use your email address for the university, for the institution, so that when there is anything that anybody is looking from outside will know that's a publication from the University of Eldoret, and it helps in the ranking of our university. With those many remarks, I just want to conclude by thanking you and inviting you to the next year's conference. And I think we'll have the Innovation Week will come before the conference, isn't it? Next year. So we invite you for the Innovation Week, particularly for the students. We would really like you to partner with the IPMO. Maybe you can stand, for those who don't know you. That is Dr. Becky Alo. He's the Intellectual Property Management Officer. So any work that you are doing, any research that you are doing, if there is any invention or innovation, she has to know, and if she knows, she's going to help you through the university system to register or to protect that patent and help you in patenting. And the university normally pays for that patenting. You don't have to pay for it. But it's significant for you because you may come up with a very important invention, something that you are the first person to come up with. And it's important, just sit down, Dr. So it's important to get that protected and to make sure that you can even reach to commercialization level. We are partnering with several organizations who can help us in in commercialization of those patents. And some of them are very ready, particularly those who are in food security. For example, World Food Program is coming on board very soon, and they would be able to take whatever you have done forward so that we can be able to have more of those patents. We have Kenya National Chamber of Commerce also who have agreed to fund those people who have those kind of innovations and they want to progress them from ideas to money. And several others. I think if you visit Dr. Becky's office, she will give you a whole system of what should be done so that you don't leave here and start afresh. Like students and researchers, you don't have to leave here and go and look for money elsewhere. And yet you can make money through your innovations. And we had agreed, and we hope it's going to happen, any defense of a thesis or any defense of a thesis, Dr. Becky should arrange and see how you can be there and liaise with the school research committee so that you know that in this school or in this department, this researcher is doing work which needs to be protected or to be patented. And then it can take them through that process. With those many remarks, may God bless you so much. And I would like to take the opportunity to declare this conference officially closed. Thank you so much.
I was only supposed to do the morning prayer, but looks like I'm also doing the closing prayer. So let's stand up and pray. Almighty and Heavenly Father, once again we come before your throne this evening. Lord, we are grateful for your grace. Lord, you brought us this far from our plans to the implementation of our plans. Lord, we called upon you yesterday. We called upon you this morning. And Lord, you want to say thank you because, Father, you brought us up to this end of the conference. Lord, now as we depart, we pray for each one of us, that those who are traveling, the Lord, you may give them journey mercies. And as we go back to our families, we pray for your grace. We continue to pray for our university and the management. The Heavenly Father, you may continue to provide for us, and that you may continue to bless us, that we may be better every day. This we pray, believing and trusting in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.